Okay.
Hello, how are you?
Recording in progress.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your patience. It's September 4th, 2024. It's about 6:06 p.m. It's a regular meeting of the Pacific Grove City Council. Call the meeting to order. Note that all council members are present, and turn to Council Member Coletti.
Allegiance to the flag, United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And how about a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll make that motion now.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We have one presentation. I'll give it at the podium. It's my great pleasure if we could have some of our Heritage Society. We're recognizing the Heritage Society and all the fine work at the Point Pinos Lighthouse. A better one. All right. All right. So I'll start reading it. Whereas the Heritage Society of Pacific Grove in 2007 created the Lighthouse Preservation Committee for the purpose of fundraising and restoration of the Point Pinos Lighthouse. And I believe Director Go was part of that, as Ken Henshaw and others. This led to an agreement with the City of Pacific Grove to provide overall leadership and coordination and contribute to the repair, restoration, and preservation of the Point Pinos Lighthouse, commencing 14 years ago this month. Whereas the Point Pinos Lighthouse was lit February 1st, 1855, and is the oldest continuously operating lighthouse on the west coast of the U.S. It's on the U.S. National Register of Historic Places. The building has been restored by the Heritage Society to the period 1937 to 45. The Adobe chapter of Questers provided room furnishings replicating the periods 1893 to 1914. Whereas Point Pinos Lighthouse ownership was transferred from the U.S. Coast Guard to the City of Pacific Grove in 2006, and since becoming a city museum, it is a top Pacific Grove and Monterey Peninsula tourist attraction with over 25,000 visitors annually from California and across the world. Notably, the lighthouse is still an active U.S. Coast Guard aid to navigation. Whereas the Heritage Society has raised funds, built a gift shop and bathrooms, obtained professional restoration and interpretive plans, restored the lighthouse exterior and interior, built a fence, sidewalk, archways, lowered the cellar, created new displays and a video, installed chimney caps, updated electrical wiring, installed internet, provided kitchen and bathroom period furnishings, created a backyard garden, expanded native planting, etc. It's been a lot of work over these years. Whereas the Heritage Society volunteers have contributed estimated over 20,000 hours, and ongoing restoration includes the lantern. That's the business end of the lighthouse for those not familiar. And the roof. Volunteers meet weekly on Tuesday mornings and currently focus on landscaping and maintenance of the fence and buildings. Now, therefore, I, Bill Peak, by virtue of the authority vested in me as the mayor of Pacific Grove, do hereby recognize the Heritage Society of Pacific Grove volunteers for their outstanding efforts to restore and preserve the Point Pinos Lighthouse for all to enjoy. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would you say a few words?
I'd just like to let everybody know that what the mayor didn't tell you is that even when he was on city council and is now the mayor, he still shows up every week at the lighthouse on Tuesdays with the rest of us and contributes to the restoration. Thanks, Bill.
And Dennis, you would be remiss not to say that all the funding for this lighthouse, the operation and all the restoration and work has all been done without a single tax dollar. It's all through donations that come in and grants. So, and
right there in Promise City Council, we wouldn't use any tax dollars. And 14 years later, we still haven't.
Good
Yeah.
job.
And we have some other Heritage Society board members. Would you give us a wave or stand up? There we go. Several. Thank you so much for all your support. Take care. All right, we're on to announcements. Mr. Pyrick.
Yes, we had two closed sessions earlier this afternoon, and there's no reportable action from either one.
Mr. Mogensen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of announcements tonight. The first one is I don't see a representative from well, perhaps one who would like to talk about it, but we have a Discovery Pacific Grove concert series that concludes this Friday night. It coincides with our first Friday evening. So that concert is from 5 to 7. It is Kay Bowler, Bowler Band this time, and it will again concludes at 7. We encourage everybody to go up to Lighthouse, and there's lots of discounts at local businesses that you can go enjoy. The next thing I wanted to mention is that at our last council meeting, we talked for quite a while about Pine Avenue and about some of the safety concerns that were on Pine. So what we've done so far is we've put in some flashing stop signs at 15th and Pine. We also put in some temporary barricades at the intersection at 15th and Forest in order to divert people from crossing the street there. My police officers have been out also paying attention a little bit more. Unfortunately for them, 10 people have been cited for traffic violations in the area. And we've had an officer or a CSO out there drop off and pick up time. And, you know, I want to thank the police department for that extra effort, because I know that's difficult for them in their shifts to be able to be there at those times. Our traffic engineer was out there for, I understand either him or his associates were out there for about a week, taking a look at the street. And on the next meeting, we'll be coming back with some suggested alternatives that they could, for the council to consider. So that's a little coming up in the next meeting. I also want to introduce one of our newest staff members that just started this week. His name is Fred Marsh, and he's filling the role of our admin services director. Fred comes to us with years of experience in cities and special districts, and it took a little while, but we were able to find the next person.
And I just want to say I'm really excited to be here at Pacific Grove, and
looking forward to doing some great stuff with the city as well too. So thank you very much.
Welcome.
Welcome.
And we also wanted to, so Jesse Kudikan, correct? He pronounces it very, very well. He's going to be with us for a little bit longer as we transition through this and help us to get some of our audit work up and going and stuff. So wanted to say thank you to Jesse over the last couple of months for also helping us to keep afloat in finance.
Any council announcements? Councilmember Emilio.
Yeah, I did, from last, during Car Week, I didn't get to announce that the parklets were very busy, pretty packed. And if anybody watched the Olympics, I know it was a few weeks ago, but there was an 11-year-old that won gold on a skateboard contest on the Olympics, 11 years old, female. So I just want to add that on.
And I have, Councilmember Beck.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I just want to thank PGPD for the enforcement down on Pine 15th and Grand as well, and Fountain. So thank you for being down there, and sorry about those citations, but it happens. Thank you.
And you all are invited on Tuesday, September 17th at 6 p.m. to the Pacific Grove Candidate Forum. It's at the community center, and it's hosted by the League of Women Voters and the Pacific Grove Chamber of Commerce. And we thank them for doing this civic duty for us every election. Appreciate that. All right, we're on to general public comment. If you have a comment, please come forward. Welcome.
I don't know if this is on. I guess.
Yes, it's on.
Good evening. My name is Susan Goldbeck, and I wanted to start out by asking you if there's any chance that item 13A could be continued so that the staff could do a report on the museum and other possible locations. And I really think this is important. And also because it's been placed on the end of the agenda, this is an important issue to the people of Pacific Grove. If you had been to the BNRC meeting, not only was it unanimous from the BNRC, but every member of the public that was there supported this butterfly project. And it's important that the public be able to attend. And if this is at 9:30 at night, they're not going to be able to. The press is going to cover it. And I think we need to continue it until a decent job can be done on the staff report. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Daniel Miller. I want to do my report on 15th Street. I realized finally going along there the other day, 15th Street doesn't come up into Pine. 15th Street goes one way away from Pine. There's no cross traffic where we now have two stop signs. You basically have two stop signs, which now have been installed. So there was still discussion whether this was all going to be reversed, but let's install the two flashing stop signs anyway, that are basically two stop signs that are there and flashing for a crosswalk, which nowhere else in this city, and I'm willing to probably lay money that nowhere in this county are there two flashing red stop signs for a crosswalk. And why at that crosswalk, if it's so needed, but not at the crosswalk that's down farther on Robert Down, where you actually have the younger kids that are going to class and going over there. So this is a debacle that just is continuing to give. In fact, if you look where one of the stop signs is, there's actually looks like there was two holes drilled, like the first one wasn't in the right place. So then they did another, filled it in and did another one. So why there was ever a concept to put stop signs merely for a crosswalk and 15th Street doesn't come up. It just makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. And I'm really looking forward to the explanation of A, why it was ever done, B, why there was no studies done beforehand. Seems like there's a lot of studies being done now. And 3, what did it cost us to do that? And 4, why there were never any traffic counts done as is required for any stop sign anywhere you put it. I now see all over town now, downtown and everywhere else, we have counters out everywhere. Why was there never a counter there? It's just beyond my comprehension that this was ever done. And I think there needs to be some accountability on whoever it was that did this. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, members, City Council, staff, and the public. My name is Mo Ammar, and I'm before you this evening for 3 thank yous. The first thank you goes to our wonderful children librarian, Miss Mary. The last 6-7 months I've interacted with her, and I can tell you she's an awesome, unique individual. Most recently, she hosted the event at the library, and it's called Adventure at the Library, and it was every Wednesday at 3:30. And she attracted different shows and events. I don't know if anybody attended it, but she had a magician, she had a singer, she had a zoologist, she had a diver. And I can tell you those events that she hosted were attended by anywhere from 60 to 120 people, and they were held pretty much at Jewel Park with a couple of exceptions. They were inside the library, but that is just phenomenal. And I just want to recognize her and say thank you. And thank Friends of the Library for funding this summer event. My second thank you goes to the City Council for supporting the open swim down at Stillwell's Children Pool. I'm here to share with you that it worked pretty good. And I was very impressed by the young talent who are working down at the pool. Those young men and women not only are lifeguards, but they are entertaining the kids, they're interacting with them, and they play music and they create a great atmosphere. It's a pleasure to go down there. So thank you. My last thank you goes to the great porta potties that were down at Lovers Point this weekend. I used one of them, and I can tell you they were very popular. There were lines of people, and I mean every day. And it would be, I mean, here I am, I worked at the Chamber of Commerce 29 years, and that didn't dawn on me, but it was such a great idea. And I really hope and pray and wish that we would do this, perhaps maybe not every weekend, but busy weekends. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, City Council. I appreciate the time to speak briefly. I come to you this evening to do my part in continuing the conversation about the roundabout on the corner of Sunset, Cedar, and Congress. By way of introduction, my name is Jeff Hunk. I've been a resident of the city for about 12 years. I'm a retired military officer, and I live about 8 doors down from where the roundabout would be. I've attended all of the previous roundabout meetings I know about, starting with the one at the rec center several years ago, then the one at Chautauqua Hall, and several of the meetings here to think about that. And I want to share a couple of opinions that I've talked with some of my neighbors about to give you some feedback in a positive sense for the roundabout, or something akin to that as a substitute for what's there now. A couple of objectives I've been thinking about. Obviously, the first is safety of both vehicular traffic and the students during the rush hour times. Improving the flow of the intersection needs to be done. It doesn't get backed up too often, but when it does, it accentuates the safety problems. It needs to flow for buses and trucks that are legal on California Highway 68 to get through there down to the lumberyard and also to the schools, obviously. I would also add to that Cedar needs to be kept open. The alternative streets to exit that area for the several streets of Merino Pines, Maple, and Cedar itself are really inadequate to handle excess traffic. I'm talking about Maple, Walnut, Rosemont are all 1.5 lanes on a good day with the traffic parking around there, and they'd be really impacted. It'd be very difficult to navigate the neighborhood without Cedar being open. As far as cost goes, and I'm going to come back to safety in just a second. As far as cost goes, with the cost share opportunity we have, I think it's a good time to do this. The city's had a lot of infrastructure investment in the way of commercial development lately, and it seems to be that it should be affordable for us to improve an intersection that really needs some help. If that's, if it's cost prohibitive, then maybe we can look at some other alternatives. The number seems a little high to me, but I'm not a professional engineer. And as far as cost and consultants go, I find it a little bit difficult to say that we're charging too much or paying too much for consultancy, and then looking at videos and representations and say they don't look Victorian enough to be Pacific Grove. These are things that spatially represent the intersections and spatially represent the traffic flow around there, and I think they're very accurate and very helpful. Regarding safety, I took the step last week to reach out and talk to the mayor via email of Carmel, Indiana, and her predecessor is the one who produced some of the videos that talked about the benefits of roundabouts. And I asked her some specific questions about the concerns about the pedestrian safety here. People acknowledge the roundabout up at the top of 68 is very successful, but that there are no pedestrians there. The city engineer responded to me and said it's been a great success. They've had a lot of positive feedback, and he forwarded me a video link of the new roundabout that they've got there between the high school, the public library, and an elementary school with much more traffic flow than we've got. They say it's flowing great, and there's a YouTube video for it. You can Google that. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Peak and members of the City Council. I'm Jeannie Anton, and I'm here to represent the Heritage Society of Pacific Grove. Thank you, first of all, for your recognition tonight. Appreciate that. As I hope you already know, we are the organization that uses the barn next door for our large collection of Pacific Grove history, including documents and photographs, as well as museum articles. We are also the organization that gives out the green plaques that you see on our historical houses around town. I'm here tonight to tell you about our new project, which is setting up a fundraising drive to get Chautauqua Hall back in top condition. This has been a long time in the works, and you have been part of the preparation by hiring the firm of Wiss, Janney, Elsner Associates, Inc., to do an assessment of the building. The report came out last spring, and if you've not already read the report, it is easily accessed on the city website. Chautauqua Hall was built in 1881 to be a meeting place for those who came to PG in the summer months. It has been used over the years for just that, but also for countless dances, weddings, quinceañeras, lectures, jazzercise, yoga, the list goes on and on. But the building is showing its age, and it's time to get some work done before it further deteriorates. The Heritage Society formed a steering committee of 6 members to work as a team under the Heritage Society Board. We are calling ourselves Friends of Chautauqua Hall. The team includes Steve Honiger, Heritage Society President, Robert Hewitt, Heritage Society Board Member and former City Councilman, David Laws, Heritage Society Board Member and a local historian and writer, Noreen Nance, who was very instrumental in working on the library project, Mo Amar, former Chamber of Commerce President, and myself, a Heritage Society Board Member. So now it's time to get down to business and get the work done. The WJE report has made suggestions as to what should be done first, and it gives a clear assessment of the work that needs to be done moving forward. Items include dealing with the site drainage, repair to the roof gutters and downspouts, repair or replacement of stairs and decks, interior and exterior paint, to name a few. I will give you a handout in a moment. I think she has them here that includes part of their list. We all envision much more use of the building when the update work is completed. We have talked with the city manager and with the public works director, and they are on board with the project. We are hoping for a successful fundraising drive. Yes. To develop the next budget. I just heard the music.
That's
So-
the music.
I'm leaving you with some information and also about the Butterfly Weekend events coming up on October 5th and 6th. So thank you for
Thank
your
you.
time, and thank you.
Welcome.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Robert Hewitt, and I'm very happy to be here on this side of the podium. And I wanted to follow up a little bit. Jeannie kind of ran out of time in talking about announcing the Butterfly Weekend that's coming up the first weekend in October, Saturday and Sunday, October 5th and 6th. I think she's brought some information to share with all of you. One of the events that I want to speak to, because I'm in charge of it, is a croquet tournament. This is friendly croquet, not like the Roquar that was that John Steinbeck told us about in in Sweet Thursday. And we still have, there will be 8 teams playing in 4 matches on Saturday and Sunday. And we still have some openings. And so I thought I'd come and suggest maybe that the council would like to put together a team. There are only 3 members. So since this city council has 7 members, that means that you could do this without worrying about the Brown Act violations. Anyway, seriously, give it your thought. I think it would be kind of a neat thing to have the city represented through the city council at this event. And it is very fun and entirely nonviolent. Thank you very much for your service.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. My name is Mike Gibbs. I'm a member of the EDC here in PG, and I'm speaking on my own behalf. And I'd like to bring up the Measure Z. I know it's connected to an item that's later about taking PG to districts, but I've been talking to a few people about Measure Z, which is reducing the council from 6 to 4 members, not including the mayor. And there seems to be a pretty large lack of information about why this is important, what's going on. I spoke to it a couple of weeks ago, and I said I was kind of agnostic about the whole thing, but I would like to see more information out there. And so what I'm here tonight to propose is a debate or a discussion, be a parliamentarian, one side on one and one side on the other. And we would host this debate to discuss it so that people could really understand what the concerns are. In a State of the Union address, Mayor Bill Peake stressed the importance of teamwork to achieve growth, solve problems, and get to a point of maximum efficiency for Pacific Grove. But I believe that Measure Z, it looks like to me, could reduce the ability of the new mayor and city council to work as a team. Anytime I see something that says we need to reduce the representation, we need to actually lessen the number of people who represent the folks in Pacific Grove, I'm suspicious, or at least I need to get an answer. So I looked at all the pro, for, against, counter arguments, and I saw a lot of information about, it'll cost less with fewer members, it'll be more efficient with fewer members. And then I did a ton of research and I found absolutely no documentation or data that supported any of that, which made me wonder what's really going on, behind the scenes. I don't really know. That's why we should have a debate. But I'm a psychologist by training, worked for 30 years in businesses. And one of the things we did was work on effective teams. And what I found is that with team performance, with a group this size, the peak performance is between 6 and 8 members. Of teams, of course, organized for narrow and more limited goals that are more focused, 4 or 5 members would work. Doesn't apply to the council. With big companies or the military, with a broader, more strategic cross-functional purpose, sometimes 9 to 12 is more efficient. For this, city council, 7 is good. I saw an argument that said no other cities or very few other cities have 4, but it didn't say why we should be like everybody else. We're a charter city, we're a well-known charter city. We need to be represented by more members. I understand this is connected to the threat of LULAC and we'll talk about that later, but I think the two things should be completely separate. We should do what's in the best interest of the city and the citizens, and then make a decision on the other item, which you're going to talk about tonight. So we'll get a debate going and really understand how people think about this. We would appreciate the support for further discussion. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Nice to be here. This is what makes a democracy work. I hear a lot of talk on TV about what a great democracy we have, and I think we do. But it's nice when people come and have an opportunity. Is there some crosstalk here? I'd like you to reset the timer, please. Oh, okay, Luke. No, it's you, no problem. Okay. Okay, I thought it was somebody in the audience or out in the hall or something. Okay, can we start again, please, with full 3 minutes?
Yeah, could we please reset? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, I'm here because of the proposal of the so-called roundabout, which isn't really going to even be round. Nobody's mentioned about the videos that are online. If you go to the sponsor of this and the funder of this, Transportation Authority of Monterey County, which Mr. Pedori is our representative to, you will find that they have a video on there. I would say it's pear-shaped. It's not round at all. It's an unusual shape. So how do you know how it's going to work out for pedestrians with such an unusual shape? Yes, this nice gentleman who spoke before me, the retired military officer, pointed out that the roundabout up at Highway 68 and Highway 1, they never had a pedestrian problem there, because even though they spent millions of dollars putting in sidewalks all the way around it, how many of you or anybody in Pacific Grove has ever seen a pedestrian trying to use that roundabout? Unlike the situation that's going to come about at the high school and the elementary school in that area. Now, I remember at the first meeting when this came up, there were 9 Pacific Grove residents who all spoke against the roundabout, and you ignored them. They all had good reasons. Some of them live in the area. The following week, there was one lovely woman who came and spoke against the roundabout. Complaints about safety and an under-evaluation of the people who should have looked into this to say that there's not many people that cross there, it's not going to be a problem. She refuted that, and she lives right there. She's been keeping track. So you ignored that. Okay, it's not too late, Mr. Pedori or Mr. Councilman Nick Smith, to assuage this situation, to make it better, to do away with the roundabout. How long have we lived here? How many decades? Never had a problem at that intersection. Okay, there was one accident 3 years ago. Okay, there's an accident probably somewhere in Pacific Grove every 3 years. I know 3 people that have died on Pine Avenue, hit by cars. One on Forest Avenue, went to the hospital with broken legs, probably a broken back, and I was a witness to that one. A speeder going up Forest Avenue, probably 45, 50 miles an hour in the evening, and ran this young gentleman down. Okay, listen, we just got to stop this roundabout. It's ridiculous. TAMC's wasting a lot of taxpayer money. Look what they did on North Fremont Street, that elevated bicycle. They're famous for ridiculous projects just to justify their existence. If they don't come up with ridiculous projects, maybe a few good ones here and there too. Not going to say they're all ridiculous. This one is one of the worst. How many years have we lived here without a roundabout? What's the problem there? And there are safety issues. I don't care what anybody in another state says about their situation when they have maybe a completely different set of situation. Anyway, thanks for listening. What we can do to stop.
Thank you. Do we have any virtual callers?
We do. Carmelita Garcia.
Good evening. Thank you for your service. I love that music. You know, you either feel like you're at a convention or you're in a beauty pageant and you just want to give that wave to everybody. Anyway, so thank you all for being here. I want to clarify one of my public comments I made at the August 21st meeting when the discussion of the Monarch Sanctuary walkthrough was presented. So I referenced to the Integrated Pest Management Procedure and Guidelines booklet that's on the city's website as a resource for anybody to look at with regards to the use of pesticides and what have you. And I made the point that it starts off very soft and goes down. And the last item I described as being the last resort. I want to be clear here. My comment was not intended to tell people what to use in their gardens or how to garden or how to pull weeds or anything like that. I was referencing this material because I feel strongly that it would be a very good resource for our community members to have access to. That's all, you know, and people are all grown up. They can make their own decisions on what they want to do with the information. I'll remind everybody, we are the stewards of our environment. And when we have access to this kind of information, I feel very strongly it should be shared. There's nothing wrong with that. So I just wanted to make myself clear about the intent and meaning behind my comment a couple of weeks ago. Also, I just saw on Facebook, you know, I love social media, the aquarium, to celebrate their 40th anniversary, is doing free admission to all Monterey County residents. So you can go on their website. KSBW and the Herald are also carrying this announcement. And I think people are being encouraged to call and reserve tickets, and there is a limit. So anyway, that's a very wonderful gift, I think, to all of us, especially those of us in Pacific Grove. So thank you again very much.
Ms. Dahmer?
Thank you. I kind of wanted to inform the council that in between closed and when this meeting, open session started, there were hot mics. And so whatever was said was broadcast, so to speak. And I'm wondering too, and I will ask this whole council, if the music that Carmelita likes so much for hand waving is going to be the indicator now. It just kind of snuck in there and seeped into things. And I just would like a policy. Is that what it is going to be now? Is that arbitrarily they're going to put music in to say your time is up? I would like a clear policy, please, because I'm not into the hand wave. Okay. Never mind. That's all. Have a good meeting.
We do not have any more online public comment.
All right, turn to council. Anyone wishing to pull a consent agenda item? Seeing none, anyone from the public wishing to do so? No?
Motion to approve consent.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Consent agenda approved unanimously. All right. On to item 11A, Mr. Mogensen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to pass this one over to Letitia Lillian, our Human Resources Director. But prior to that, I'll just mention that recently the council had approved the MOU with the police department. So this is the next logical follow-up to that.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and members of the community and staff. As the city manager mentioned, last city council meeting, council approved the memorandum of understanding for the Police Officer Association. And part of that included terms of a 3% COLA for fiscal year 24-25 and an increase in salary between steps 5 and 6 and 6 and 7, and the increase is from 3.75% to 5%. In order to administratively make a change to the salary schedule, the salary classification schedule needs to be amended by ordinance, so that includes 2 reads, and this is the first of 2 reads. Therefore, staff is asking council to approve the ordinance amending the salary classification schedule for the POA classifications, which include police officer and police sergeant. And this concludes my report.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment on this? Please come forward. Any virtual public comment?
No, Mayor, we do not.
Council discussion? If not, a motion.
To have the city attorney read the title of the ordinance.
I'll be glad to do that. It's an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Pacific Grove amending the classification schedule for police sergeant and police officer. And the balance of the items, you can just move the recommended action.
Okay, I'll go ahead and make a motion on 2, 3, and 4 of that section.
And a second. Any discussion on the motion? Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. All right, item 11B, Mr. Mogens.
Thank you again, Mr. Mayor. This item is a bit behind our budget this year, but we spent a good amount of time trying to get all the numbers right that are within it. So tonight we're going to present to you the cost of service study. This was prepared in conjunction with Matrix, and walking us through this one is going to be Jesse Kudikin, our finance consultant.
And Sheffield County Town, as Mike, as Matt, who's our Rams Administrative Director. Our pleasure to be here tonight, to present to you the cost of services user fee in 2024. So I'd like to start some background information. On February 1st, 2023, the council approved a study on user fee from consulting. And part of that study was a cost allocation plan. OMBA 87, and then user fee as a product of that. Yeah, the cost allocation plan, what it is I'll just call it CAP for short. It's to allocate central support departments to departments that receive that particular support. For example, finance supports payroll, police department accounts payable. For that, there was a separate report toward 2023, which consulting called the cost allocation plan. The CAP was developed to satisfy what's called A87 OMB. It's for the cost principles for state, local, and Indian tribe government. The importance of that is that when the city gets a grant, you can get reimbursed or cost recovered by the grant from federal and state. So you can get the indirect overhead plus the direct costs. In addition, the city, it helps, the CAP helps determine the full cost of providing specific services to the community and informs the leadership of the costs involved in operations. So the CAP, there's three things that it provides in the context of the user fee. It identifies that citywide overhead, such as city council and city clerk and finance. And then there's division overhead. So for example, there's vehicles and supplies and other costs in department that's non-direct, with the direct being salaries and benefits. And the third is the admin overhead, which is the cost of a director, for example, in community development. So those costs are allocated. So the three overhead rates I mentioned and the direct costs, that's all part of this user fee study that we're going to talk about. It's attachment 1. The last fee study and the first for Pacific Grove was May 2nd, 2018. And the core of the user fee study is really what's called the total costs. Within attachment 3, I'll have some examples of that later. For the total cost, we have Courtney Reynolds from Matrix Consulting. She's been there 18 years, and she also did the last cost study in 2018. So thank you for being here, Courtney.
Okay. Can everyone hear me okay? All right, fantastic. Well, thank you all very much for having me here this evening. It's my pleasure to talk to you about cost of service, something that after 18 years, I clearly enjoy doing. But what I wanted to do is kind of give you an overview of why you would do a study like this, why it's important to do it, and kind of what are those components, so that you have something to kind of filter all this information through. So it's really important that we do studies like this every 5 to 7 years. We want to make sure that when we're looking at our cost of service and we're making decisions on what we're charging for those services, that we understand what it costs us to provide that. And within that 5 to 7 year period, a lot of times we have increases in salaries. We just heard about a proposal right before this about increasing MOUs, but we also have changes in our processes. We have changes in technology. We have changes in the code.
Some of those things make things easier to process. So it means it reduces our time, it can reduce our cost. Some of those things make it more complex, right? We have more inspections that we need to do. We have, it's not an administrative approval, it's a council-led approval or a planning commission-led approval. So kind of checking in every 5 to 7 years on these types of studies to make sure that we understand, we the decision makers, understand what it is that goes into this so that we understand this is what it's costing, and then we're making a conscious decision on what we want to recover for those services. It's also important here in California, we have rules and regulations, so we can't charge more for the service than it costs us to provide that service. And so what this study does, that total cost number, it tells us what the ceiling is. It lets us know if we want to recover 100% of our costs, this is what that number is. But obviously there's various different reasons for various different departments and permits that we might want to subsidize that. But at least again, we're making that conscious decision as opposed to just assuming that the numbers that are on our fee schedule represent full cost recovery. So I'll go into a little bit about the kind of the process and what we did. So we start with looking at the fee schedule. How is it that we're presenting the services that we're providing to the community? Are those services reflected in those schedules that we're publishing? So do we have old, outdated, my favorite outdated one is, are we still charging for microfiche? And how many people still are using it? If we're not using it, then we don't need it on our fee schedule, especially if we're not going back to using it. But do we have new services that we're providing or new ways in which we're providing those services? And are those reflected in the fee schedule? Because again, if we want to tie the cost to that service, we want to make sure that we're reflecting that. So talking with each department and understanding the services that they're providing and making sure that that's reflected in the fee schedules that we're putting out there. Then we look at time estimates. So we're trying to understand on average, how much time does it take you to provide these services? Not the best application you've ever seen where all the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted, and not the worst one that's sketched out on a napkin. But on average, how much time does it take you to provide that service for each individual item, and understanding what that is? And again, because we have done the previous study, we have a baseline, so we can kind of look back and see. But again, there are various different reasons that that time estimate might have changed. We might have had different people providing that service. We might have had different codes at that time. But again, understanding what that difference is in that service level assumption. When we do the cost analysis, so cost of service is really easy. It's rate times time equals cost. And so when we look at what that hourly rate is that we're charging, making sure that we have those 3 overhead components. So we have the salary and benefits of the staff who are actively touching that application or that project. We have that divisional overhead, the pens, the pencils, the cars, the fuel, the lights, that we have all of that understood. And then also finances, if we're processing payroll, HR, to make sure our benefits are administered, understanding what that full cost to provide the service is. And then putting that all together for you so that you understand, again, this isn't what, when we look at this, an hourly rate is not what that particular person gets paid. It's what it costs the city for that person to do their job. And so each one of those items is, again, it's what it's costing the city to provide that service. And again, kind of the decisions to be made now based on this information is, what do you think the value of that is to the community? Is it something where we should be charging 100% cost recovery, so we should be charging that full cost? Or is it something where there's that community benefit and we want to subsidize that because we want to make it more accessible, or we want higher compliance, so we want to reduce that fee and maintain it lower? So providing you with all of that information and all of those results on a unit by unit basis. And with that, I will hand it back over to Jeff.
Yeah, thank you, Courtney. I wasn't sure how long Courtney could be here, but do you have any questions for her specifically at this point?
We'll go out to public comment and then come back.
Okay, all right, okay. So in terms of the next area, I'm going to provide the city revenue within the user fee, the city cost recovery policy, and then the user fee study that we're talking about today. So in terms of city revenue, the picture below that, the first column is the budget for 22-24 with the various units there, from cemetery to planning and building. Then the estimated revenue, again, we haven't closed the books yet. It's still unaudited at this point. It's 4.1 million in terms of the revenue. Maybe this was like 3 weeks ago. And then I also indicated the percent of revenue, so we know the mix in terms of what units produces the most, and then the others involved in the user fee. And the last column is really just a rough projection of a 5% revenue increase across the board, because the revenue actually will depend on what's approved by the council tonight or a future date. So the attachment 2, there's a city cost recovery policy. It provides broad guidance to city council's establishment of fees, fines, and other charges. So during the process, we really reviewed each of the fee individually and collectively per service area to meet intent of policy and cost recovery policy levels. So here's a quick summary of the policy. As you can see, we have the cemetery and the planning and building that I mentioned on the revenue side. And then the first column is the overall cost recovery based on the proposed fees. That's attachment 3. And then the last column there is the city policy. As you can see, there's it ranges from market and 80% cemetery to planning and building 80 and 100%. But you notice that there's the police has a ceiling of 50%. And so we've complied with that ceiling accordingly. And it's the only one that has that ceiling. So the next slide I'm going to show you is the minimum in the policy. So what this is it demonstrates full compliance with the city policy. The purple bar there is our proposed cost recovery, and the green is the minimum amount of cost recovery per city policy. And again, we just then want to demonstrate that we're fully complied with that. So the proposed user fees attachment 3. So the content there is their current fees, the total cost that Courtney just described that's in there as part of the user fee study, and then the staff recommended fee for 24-25, so we can update the master fee. So again, I want to reiterate that this reflects the full cost of fees needed to recover from the 24 study. I mentioned earlier that it's been 6 years since the last study, and certain fees such as community development have large increases due to rising operational costs. And in addition, the 2018 fee for community development did not include the administrative cost overhead, which we are including this year for the full recovery. Council, I want to provide an example where you can adopt lower fees to encourage a community acknowledgement stewardship. Example here is a $25 fee for an altered pet and a $55 for non-altered pet, with them having the same costs, full cost level. And then I'm going to show you the following slides. So we have some moderate increases compared to costs for parks and recreation and for facility rentals to remain competitive, and also for the best interest of the community we serve. So this example is the parks and recreation. So as you can see, I've highlighted the preschool. For the resident, the current fee is $98. The cost is $320. And then we're recommending a fee of $102, which is a modest increase. And then for youth there's a tournament or clinic for resident. Again, a modest increase from $99 to $109, and the cost is $301. And then there's a league for resident, which is similar in what we're presenting in terms of costs and also total costs. This area is the facility rental. What I've highlighted here is the community center resident nonprofit. 116 is the current fee. We're proposing to raise that for $4 to $120, and the cost being $250. And the other one is Chautauqua Hall, with the current fee being $449. So I want to highlight this because the cost actually went down to $140. So what we did is for the resident nonprofit, we decreased the fee from $449 to $120. And then you can see there's for the non-resident, we did increase the total cost. There were to 140 for them, but still, this is an example of a cost actually, fee actually decreasing because of the cost decrease. In moving forward in options, we recommend that for the council to approve the recommended fees, attachment 3 and resolution number 24, attachment 4, to create and then adopt the city's 24-25 master fee schedule. And then future years, you could direct the city manager to come back to increase the fees up to 5% cap with the consumer price index for 3 years, and or provide alternative directions. So I'd like to summarize, I gave you some background. The total cost methodology was well presented by Courtney, city revenue, cost recovery policy, and user fee study, 2024, and then just the options I just mentioned. So with that, we'll open up the questions.
Thank you. We'll go out to public comment now. Please come forward. You have some comments? Do we have any virtual public comment?
No, Mayor, we do not.
All right. Council discussion, Councilmember Beck.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you for the presentation. It was extremely helpful. I have a question. I have a couple questions actually on several of the pages. So on page 7, the cemetery, under cemetery site sales, first opening current fee is $19.48. Total cost is $19.99, and then staff recommended fee of $1,200. I was wondering why the reduction, especially if the cost is what the current fee is pretty much, and we reduced it to $1,200.
So that particular one, you want to go ahead, Matt? Yeah. Go ahead. It's fine.
That one did seem awkward to us as well, so we double checked back in with our public works team, and they indicated that the hours that it took to perform that service, that was in line with. I guess if you open up the interment the second time, for some reason, there's more work involved than the first time. So it's all based on the number of hours that behind it that the staff puts into what it takes to get done. And we could look at that one closer and reassess it again next time, to make sure that it's all correct and current. But yeah, that's.
Because it's just, the total cost is just under 2,000, but yet we've reduced it to 1,200. So there's that one. And then on page 13, the sign permit, 2,556, total cost 1,133, and then staff recommended the 1,133. And I'm just curious if we were at, which was a large amount to begin with. So now I understand why you did the reduction on it. I'm just wondering why it was at the 2,556 to begin with. That seems like a large amount to promote businesses and sign fees.
I believe that was one of the ones where the process had changed. So previously, when we assessed it, the cost was higher because it had a more lengthy process associated with it. But the process has changed since then. So it actually results in a reduced cost, total cost.
Oh, good. So we streamlined that one. Thank goodness. Okay. And then on page 32, contractors parking permit monthly, the current fee is $44, but the cost is $265. And a recommended fee would be $49, which seems more in line, but is it, you streamline that one as well? Page 13.
That one, the total cost actually is greater.
Correct.
So it wasn't necessarily a streamlining. I think it's always been that there's been a significant discount when you look at what a metered space would be for a month versus what you're actually charging somebody for the permit.
So, but it looked like when you did your analysis, you felt the cost was $265, but yet we're only charging $49.
Right. The recommended one is 49. So the recommended is to not increase it to the full cost.
Okay,
Just
so
minimally increase.
not take it. And then the public parking lot permit for annual. I think this might be an error because you have the current fee at $405. total cost 2435. And staff recommended 415. Is the total cost accurate though? 2,435?
So the total cost is based on like what the revenue that the city would generate if it was a permitted or metered, like a daily or hourly metered spot
Okay.
versus providing an annual permit. for
Permit.
that. So it's looking at what you would generate annually for that spot. So that's why that number is as high as.
Okay,
as it is.
perfect. And that would be the same for the public parking, 12 months transferable. Okay, thank you for that answer. And I think the other one, page 41, for Lovers Point Park, current fee is $182. The total cost $626 and a recommended fee of $190.
So what specifically is the question?
I guess because if it's costing the city $626, why we're only charging $190?
When it gets into a couple of these fees, such as recreation, sometimes the fees are so low because our policy allows us to go to 30%. So we were trying to only keep certain things kind of more in a reasonable increase level this year. We could keep stepping them up year by year, but we understood that the council was interested in lowering fees for city facilities and things that we wanted to be able to rent out for people. So we did our best to stay in line with our policy.
Okay, and that would include Lovers Point Park.
Yes.
Okay. And that was all I have. Thank you.
If I could circle back to one of them really quickly, because you are right on the interment one and the costs and, looking at this closer, today, one of the things we also ran into is, should that be an error? We've already noticed this for 10 days, so we can't change fees to go up at this point. We'd have to renotice it for the fee to be able to be increased. So we could do that on when we get to next year before the budget, when we come back with this 5%, we could clean up things like that, but on today's date, it was kind of hard to make that adjustment.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councilmember Colletti.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, first I want to thank staff for, kind of following council's lead or, we have a priority area, council goal for recreational cost as far as renting our facilities. One of the goals was to lower the fees for Chautauqua Hall, but you did them for all of them basically. So that's fantastic. I know that things like the Little House in Jewel Park, access to Chautauqua Hall, these are our assets. The public is certainly going to be able to enjoy a lot more easily with these new fee schedules. So I really appreciate that. I think staff heard council's desire through our council goals and they acted. So that's great. And it's across the board. So it's wonderful. Quick question on the local water project. It mentions that the city's current budget for the local water project is approximately 1.64 million. Is that expenditures? That's the budgeted expenditures?
I'm gonna to look for a little help on this one. I believe the water project was not included in this study. Is that correct? Because that takes a Prop 218 and
It's on page 34, and there is a recommendation also to take the cost per gallon from 2.9 cents to 4 cents per gallon. I mean, the water project actually mentioned pretty extensively in both reports. But if we're not,
1 second, we can figure out an answer here for you.
well, we're looking at
the
that.
Public Works
What
Director.
page? You said 34. I'm looking at the packet, page 34 for the fee schedule.
No, this is the attachment. First attachment to the agenda report. So.
We are approving the fees. That's attachment number 3.
So the
Where-
fee,
where
the
you-
user fee study report, attachment 1. And then if you look at attachment number 3, there's also a mention of the local water project. And it talks about the fee going for, it's highlighted for, it's on page 29 of attachment 3.
Thank you.
Yeah, the fee was gonna go up from, I think, currently 29 to 40 cents, I believe. Let me see if I can remember correctly.
But in attachment 1, we're talking about what the actual budget for that
Yeah.
for that operation is, we are losing money on that. You know, I think the last time we got a report, it was somewhere on the neighborhood of $300,000 to $350,000 a year. Is that still the current loss rate for that enterprise fund?
You know, Councilmember, I'm afraid at this point in time, we're not prepared to answer that question.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. I appreciate that. I think we do need to get back into that. We did hire an actual outside consultant to look and do an actuarial analysis for the local water project. It does run a deficit every year, a significant deficit. And unfortunately, the contract constrains through a cost cap, constrains what we can actually recover. We can raise the price per gallon, but because of the cost cap, it has no real effect because they always stay within that cost cap. So it's kind of this cat and mouse game that's getting played out, and the ratepayers are kind of getting screwed as a result. The cost per acre feet is $13,000 per acre foot. Originally, when the local water project was brought forward, it was supposed to cost around $2,000 an acre foot. So not that there's a problem using recycled water to irrigate a golf course, but the cost estimates of what it would cost to do that were significantly understated. What about the STR fees? Is there any idea why those fees have gone down quite a bit, I would say? And I can give you the page number. This would be page number 1 of attachment 3, transient use licenses. So the current fee is $413 for an STR license. Total cost is mentioned to be $141. What happened there? Just out of curiosity.
Light off. Mic on. Okay. That was one of the, that was actually where a process changed. So it actually was something that was primarily handled through planning previously. And now it's been more transitioned into finance and actually has less people touching it. So again, it's one of those areas where we do less for it. So the cost associated with it has gone down. So that's why there's the reduction there.
Okay, all right. Well, it's been since 2018 since we looked at it. So you're saying there's less hours of work being done, or is it just a lower rate?
It's less hours of work. The process has been streamlined.
All right.
And there's less involved, less staff involvement.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you, Your Honor. And thank you also to the city manager for answering some of the questions ahead of time. But I wanted to clarify based on something Councilmember Beck brought up. There was one item and it was the double crypt one. Is that the same one that Councilmember Beck was talking about where the cost, it looked like maybe it was an error and it should have been $19.99, but it got reduced to $1,200. Is that the same one? So you're saying we can't fix it now without coming back? Is that correct?
I'm saying we would need to repost and renotice for 10 days to be able to change that fee.
Okay, so I guess the question becomes, I don't know if that's a hard process or what, but since that's been brought to light, is that something we want to do so that we can adjust it to the appropriate cost? So I just wanted to raise that question since that's sort of the point of us being here today, I guess.
That is a great question. And we were kind of also looking at it like, are we going to provide this service very often between now and May when we will be updating the study again prior to the next budget? I'll talk with our person who oversees our cemetery and find out if that is something we expect to come back, but I'm not, that specific service, I'm not sure if we would provide a number of times.
Yeah, it was just more of a question from like what should we do going forward? So more of a process question, I think. And
I will say, Mr. Mayor, if the council wanted to give us direction to go back and clean up some of these things, renotice and come back in a couple of meetings, we could do that.
And then one of the other things that I had noticed, and so I just wanted to bring it up because I'd noticed it, is there was a thing about a false alarm fee. So I was kind of curious, like, are alarm permits required? And so thank you for answering that they are. But what I noticed is that we're highly subsidizing that fee. So if the idea is to try and make people permit, do we want to subsidize a false alarm for a non-permitted alarm, or should we charge full cost recovery? So I just wanted to bring that up for council to discuss as well, because I don't know if we need to be subsidizing for somebody who has an unpermitted alarm if they are required, in fact, to have one. We answered about the, oh, and then there was one other one that, the page 157, the recreation trail rental fee. Again, it was an error. So if we did want to renotice, there was a cheaper rate for over 100 persons than there was for under 100 persons. So if we did decide to renotice, we would want to correct that to the full cost recovery rate of the 382. So I just want to kind of have them on record. So if we decide we want to renotice, those would be covered. And thank you for the rest of the answers. I appreciate it.
Councilmember Peduri.
Thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate the staff and everybody here working on pulling this together. This is great. I had some just general overall questions. So is this done in a 6-year cycle? Is that what the recommendation is? How does this get done? I mean, do all cities do it periodically, and what is the frequency usually?
So GFOA, the Government Finance Officers Association, their best practice is between 5 to 7 years to do it.
Okay.
I will say honestly, no, not all cities do it within 5 to 7 years.
Okay.
But that is the best practice, like I said, because your costs have changed, your business has changed. So if you really want to capture and understand what it's costing you, that's the best kind of timeline to do that on. So you guys are actually doing it kind of right in that sweet spot of that time frame for best management practice.
Okay, very good. I think we should just at least note that it needs to happen every so often, not every 2 years, but every 5 to 7 years. And if we have that funnel through administrative services director, perhaps he can guide us through. The other thing I just for my benefit, so when you're taking staff hours into account, but are you also doing some comparables with other cities to see how much they're assessing it, or is that, and if there is one, then is it based on a certain geography, or is it like entire US? How do you do it?
So when we are assessing, so prior to getting results, when we're talking with staff and we're understanding the time that they're telling us it takes to do that, we do look at our experience with other jurisdictions to kind of push back on those estimates to make sure that they seem reasonable. And obviously, a conditional use permit here in Pacific Grove might be a very different process than a conditional use permit in Monterey. So while you might look at it on a fee schedule and say they're charging $600 and you're charging, $300, that's not that that their service isn't necessarily comparable to your service. So when we're pushing back and we're looking at that and we're talking about the time estimates with staff, we're making sure that we're accounting for all those factors and why there might be variances in your estimates, especially because you have a different planning code, you have a different, zoning codes and all that kind of stuff when it comes to planning, and making sure that those estimates are reflective of your service and what it takes to provide that process here. We do have comparatives in the fee study in the report. What we did is looked at other jurisdictions that are kind of local, that are similar. We don't all just do here on the peninsula or just in the Bay Area. We also went and looked, I think, as far south as Carpinteria, so just south of Santa Barbara, again, wanting to compare you to other similar types of municipalities. So it's really important that we make sure that we find places that are on the beach, because that has its own issues with planning and coastal zoning codes and things like that, right? So we want to look at other jurisdictions that are going to have the same kind of complexities in their services. But just like that first question you asked about how often does somebody update their fees, it's an important reason why we can't just look at somebody else's fee schedule, because what that fee schedule doesn't tell us all the time is when was the last time they did a study and what are their cost recovery policies associated with those services. So again, just because somebody else might be charging $200 less than you doesn't mean that their cost is $200 less than you. That's just what they've chosen to charge for that service.
Okay.
And they could have various reasons for promoting growth. So they might have set those fees lower. They might have a lower cost structure. if they have more, depending on the mix of contractor in-house staff. So there's a variety of reasons of why that number on that fee schedule might be different.
Council member, if I could add a little bit to that. So we had a full cost recovery study done, told us what 100% would be. But then we looked at it in comparison to the council's policies and how much we could recover for each one. So I'll say, for example, recreation, we did do that comparison. Working closely with recreation staff, we knew like, what do they charge in Monterey? We don't want to drive our people to go to Monterey for services. So we tried to be competitive that way. And the council's policy of that cost recovery allowed us to do that.
Okay, very good. It looks like a science, so thank you. Then I just have a specific question and just hear me out. So and this may be a legal matter too. So I do see public record requests coming in where the request is really expansive. So it's not just like one email or two emails. It's a breadth of emails, probably spanning several gigabytes of data. Have you seen other cities impose any fees for such kind of like items? And is it permissible for the Public Records Act to levy such fees? Is my question. So it's like a two-part question. Have you seen it? And legally, is it a possibility?
As far as I know, and I'll defer to the city attorney, but it has not been legal. I have not seen very many jurisdictions do anything above and beyond 10 cents per page. That's
Okay.
kind of the going rate.
And can you restate what your legal question is?
So if somebody's filed a Public Records Act request to say, provide me all email for all council members, any public records spanning from now till for the past 10 years. So this entire process will take a large amount of data and to be provided back to the individual. Can we charge for that? Because it takes a lot of time for the staff to extract that data, build that data, pull the data, whatever to send the data over.
The answer is no.
Okay, all right, that's all that I want to know. So thank you. But I appreciate this information. Thank you.
Councilmember Emilio.
Okay, thank you for providing the information and just a couple of minor things as I went through the report, excellent report. But on the electric, on page, I think it's 27, the electric vehicle charging station on the residential. So if someone wants to install a residential for well, I'm just going to use Tesla, for example, and I'm not promoting Tesla, but if they wanted to put a charging station in their home for the Tesla, so that would be from 277, it went to 667 to put that in on page 27.
27.
It was, current fee was 277, then it looks like the cost was up over 390. I'm just curious, is that the norm?
Electrical vehicle charging stations they're more of a newer kind of service and what it involves to put that together from a service perspective. The fact that it is a high cost is not surprising. It is something that we have seen fairly commonly as being subsidized in jurisdictions, right? We're trying to promote electrification. We want
Right.
To getting solar panels on houses, so we're not charging the full cost of that fee. We're charging less, but it's no less effort to make sure that all of that is done properly and correctly, and then also in compliance with the various.
Correct. The reason I asked that question, I live in the area of Del Monte Park area, and there was a resident that actually bought a Tesla, and they put a electric charging station in at their house, and an electrician there. So there's a cost for the electrician to be there too. And I'm just curious, was that considered part of that deal, or is this other jurisdictions charge that? Let me ask you that.
You make sure essentially that the electrician does his job right. It's kind of what I mean. If you build an addition to your house and you add more outlets, right? The building inspector needs to come out and to check that service. So it's to make sure that everything was done to code.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, and then just a couple other minor things. And maybe Mr. Go could probably answer this question, but there was a cost for memorial benches. And what happens? My understanding is there's a list of people wanting to get to the get on the list for memorial benches. So if the memorial bench is listed, let's just say on the coast, and there's no more people involved to pay the fee. In other words, the whole family is gone, and just the name now. What happens to that bench? Does it go to the? Do you have a list of people?
Councilmember Emilio, the Memorial Bench Program, it's a 5-year maintenance program. So after the 5 years, if the family opts to not renew the bench for the reasons you stated, then that bench would be relinquished and it would go to the next available person. The fees associated with here are strictly materials and time and maintenance of that bench.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Go.
I think,
Go ahead.
Mr. Go, I think I heard the question. You have a waiting list for these benches, is my understanding.
We do have a waiting list, but it's not nearly as long as it used to be. We have been going through this process and ensuring that they are upkept and that the list is active, and we've been going through them. So I think the waiting was in the 30s, where a few years ago it was upwards of the 200s.
And if someone wants to get on the waiting list, what did they do?
Simply call Public Works 831-648-5722,
5722.
7:30 to 4.
Thank you.
One other question, and Councilmember Beck brought it up, and I had it on mine, but for Lovers Point, it says 626. So for example, if it's only for 45 minutes, do they get charged 626? And the reason I've said that, because I had the experience putting on a memorial, and they charged me, well, I was charged 626, which I paid to put on a memorial for less than an hour. The question is so 626 is any portion of the Lovers Point, or is it just 45 minutes at 626, or if it's an hour and 15 minutes? That's on page 92.
I would defer to Parks and Rec, but typically the custom is that you get the hour. If you don't use the full hour, you're still paying for the full hour. That's typically the custom, but again, I would defer to Parks and Rec on that one.
You know, now the total cost is actually, I believe it's 626. The current fee is 182
So
on that particular one, I believe, if I'm being the right, correct one.
Okay,
Yeah.
the only question I had was, is it 45 minutes for 626, or is it 626 no matter if you just reserve the park for 40 minutes? That's my question.
Again, I think you get an hour. If you only use 45 minutes, you're still paying for the hour. Yeah,
Okay.
it's a per hour fee.
And hopefully they only charged you 182 because that's the current fee. Hopefully they didn't charge you 626. Call the finance department. Yeah.
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 All for you, Luke.
Okay, are you done? All right. Thank you very much for the study. I recognize that for good reasons, we'll only do this study every 6-7 years. It involves a lot of people and takes a lot of effort and time. And thank you for a lot of data. So thank you for going through it. It's absolutely a necessary function. I just point a few things, just an observation, maybe mostly for the public, is there's a handful of fees for the library. It's mostly, do you want a photocopy? So, and maybe this is an opportunity for a council member that wants to change the policy 400-4, which says the library should recover 30% of its costs. I think the recovery of library costs is very close to zero. I mean, library's $1.2 million budget for the whole department. I don't think we recover probably more than a few dollars. I don't know. Is there an opportunity there? There's people that are using an excessive amount of library resources. It's probably an impolitic thing to say, but it's just something to point out or think about. Another thing to consider is I don't ever recall ever seeing an economic analysis, sort of going back to council members Coletti's comments about the local water project, which we did have an economic analysis for the enterprise fund. I don't recall one for the cemetery fund ever. And yeah, I think that's something ripe to do. I don't know, Mr. Mogensen, I don't know whether analysis of the cemetery fund economics is a middle, low, or high priority. It's probably a middle to low, but it might be helpful to see where we're going with the library fund. We have a sizable endowment fund. Is it enough? I don't know. That's beyond the scope of this fee study. So thank you for indulging me. And I really like that staff heard the recommendation. I believe as Councilmember Coletti brought it up about reducing facility fees to encourage their use. Council enthusiastically agreed and staff had come through with that. So thank you very much. That's all my comments. Oh, so Mr. Mogensen, so you suggested maybe if there's some update on some fees or if there were any whatever errors, but that council members could send them to you and at some point in time you could consider an update if it's worth it. If it's one or two fees and they only get used a couple of times during the year, the cost of the update could be more than the increase in revenue, right? So we need to, that might be just cleanup for, as I think you said, next May, when we revisit this. No thoughts?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I would say the cost for fixing those typos is what I would call those is going to be minimal to, not very much at all. So that's not necessarily a concern just for this part. Some of the other items that we maybe look deeper at, might have a cost to it, but we could consider that before next year. I just wanted to remind you again, when the council is ready to make a motion, whether that's to come back and do other things or not. But part of the motion, it might be a good idea to include that CPI or 5% or a different cap if you wish for next year. So we have that direction.
Okay, well, I would enthusiastically support the staff recommendation that we move this, we approve this for now, realizing it's always going to be updated periodically. Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. I think your question actually addressed what I was one of the two things. One was to inquire based on the presentation that we have the annual COLA, which increases the cost. Is that what the CPI would include as well? I thought the CPI was maybe a little bit something different, but I didn't know if we needed to say something about, do we revisit it each year? Because we know our costs of wages are going up 3%. Do we need to assess that? And the other thing is, if we do end up coming back, the one thing that was kind of wondering about is another fee, which was for the in lieu fee for trees that aren't replanted. We've cut that fee almost in half. We cut it down from $900 and something, $992 or something for people who don't replant a tree, and we dropped that to $500. And so my concern is, if we drop that will that encourage more people not to replant a tree? And the reason I'm saying that is because they're saying our cost is, I believe it was $992. So do we want to subsidize people not replanting a tree because we all have a public interest in maintaining our tree canopy for our climate action goals and for livability and other reasons. So that's another one if we revisit that I would like us, to consider looking at. Thank you.
Councilmember, if we could possibly address that one right now, because I believe there's some thinking behind that. It has to do with Title 15 coming back, 12.
Councilmember McDonald, I'd be happy to address that. So we will be bringing the Title 12 ordinance changes to City Council in a very near future meeting. Our logic behind that is that the 900 and some odd dollar, we'll call it deposit, is very aggressive. When you compound that with the application fees and the permit fees, then you're asking the applicant to spend a lot of money. We worry that that amount of money could trigger people to do work without submitting an application after hours, weekends, so on and so forth. I'm sure we have a little bit of that happening, but not too much. We like the $500 deposit fee because it's a nice round number with the application. And if a person doesn't do their replant, then the city takes that $500 and puts it into the community tree fund for us to do work later. It's not as punitive as a $990 fee on an applicant. There's members of our community that can't afford that. $500 isn't quite as a sting initially, right? So, and if you do your replant, you get it back, but there could be that initial sting of $990 when you do the application, and sure, you're going to get that back, but that's the logic behind that fee
Okay, thanks so much
and the
for that.
request.
Well, and so I'm wondering is if it's sort of the $500 the deposit, but the full cost recovery would be the $992, would it make sense to then charge the difference if they chose not to replant a tree? So I guess what I'm saying is that totally makes sense to lower the deposit to make it more tenable, because obviously there are trees that need to be cut down if they're unhealthy. And so you want people to be able to, if they don't have a way to healthfully plant a new one. But that's just something maybe to consider, that if that's the full cost recovery price, do we want to consider having them then pay that difference if that's the option that they choose instead of replanting?
That is a great question, Councilmember. I'm wondering if some of the mechanics of that maybe happens through the ordinance as well, because we probably need to build into the ordinance that we're going to require a deposit of $500. And we would do an inspection, and if it's found that the tree is not there, the tree doesn't survive, then we would have a second fee that they would pay. So we'd have to figure out how we build that in. And I don't exactly know how we do that so far in the fee study. But that's a good point. I made a note of it. And I think as we bring forward that ordinance and we again reassess some of these fees, we could fix that up.
I think we're ready for a motion. Someone want to have a crack at it? Councilmember Beck? I was looking for someone.
Okay, I'll go ahead and make a motion on it to adopt the number one, adopt the FY 24-25 recommended fees in the resolution, and to create and adopt the 24-25 master fee schedule, and direct the city manager to propose an increase in fees for the city council, considering use of the consumer price index with a cap of 5% in May of each next 3 years.
Second.
Further discussion? We provided a lot of input on individual items, so that's not part of this motion, but our city manager has heard that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 6-0, 1 absence. Okay, we're on to item 12A, Mr. Mokenson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the June 9th, the council authorized me to retain a consultant to draft outdoor dining guidelines that will center on the bulb outs that are on Lighthouse, specifically starting on the corner of Lighthouse and Fountain on that southwest corner. So we went out and we obtained a consultant to help us with this, and BFS was the landscape architects that kind of rose to the top as the ones to help us through this. And what we've done so far is we've been working with Una Johnson of BFS to create somewhat of a baseline of our new guidelines document that's going to come forward. So within that document, she's got some questions tonight from the council to get a little bit more information and feedbacks and hone those in. And those questions are going to kind of center on what are the goals and the objectives of what we're trying to achieve. We want to look at some of the existing conditions that we have out there today. And then we want to look at some different, some model examples of other communities have employed some of this outside dining. So we'd like to get some feedback on that, and then we can come back with some more finalized draft policies. Another thing that would be great to get a little feedback on is the process that we've laid out to get back to the council with a formal document. And within that, the thought was that we would, after tonight, we'll incorporate those comments that we hear into the draft guidelines. We will provide those draft guidelines then to both the Business Improvement District Board and the Economic Development Committee, just to get some high-level feedback from them, since they have some ownership in their downtown district and some feedback. If we hear things, from them, then we could make some changes and make some alterations. And then ultimately it made sense to go back to the Planning Commission since they initially weighed in the first place. So we thought we would do that, and then we'd again review those comments. We incorporate those and then come back to the City Council with final guidelines for approval. So with that, I want to turn it over to Una, who's going to walk us through some of these highlighted policy changes we want to.
Thank you for the introduction. This is an abbreviated presentation from the materials you have received so far. And I want to first flash these goals and objectives to you. They're important because they have started to shape the framework for the design guidelines and the recommendations I'm presenting. The first goal is to ensure the development of a quality outdoor seating area with the appropriate use of the public realm for outdoor dining. But we also want to preserve and enhance the character and history of Pacific Grove while we do this. There's another opportunity of this is we have a chance to increase pedestrian safety at the same time. Sorry about that. Okay, the objectives of that are also important and feed into the guidelines. We want to activate the streetscape by maintaining visibility into those outdoor dining areas. We want a continuous and unified design aesthetic along the streetscape that's in character with Lighthouse Avenue. We want to use materials that don't obstruct but preserve the views to the architectural character of the building. We also want to require commercial grade furnishings and materials. It also adhere to all regulations and code requirements. And finally, which is also important, is to instill, clear maintenance guidelines. So these spaces can remain, clean, safe, and functional. Just want to give you a brief overview of this Lighthouse Avenue sidewalk widening project, which I think you'll hear about in the next agenda item. These two bulb outs were designed with California Department of Transportation roadway design standards and by a civil engineer. This orange line depicts the original location of the curb. You can kind of start to see the benefits of this, I call it a bulb out design. First, it squeezes the intersection together and it helps slow down traffic. It also increases visibility of pedestrians on the sidewalk. It also decreases the distance you have to walk to get to the other side of the street. An added benefit is you're creating more public space for a lot of different opportunities. And then for our case with outdoor dining, it gives these restaurant establishments outdoor dining space that would be missing due to the parklet removal. Here's a section of Fountain Avenue. You can see the bulb out in front of the Lighthouse Cinema that creates a new public space. I've put a bench there. Across the street, you could start to see the layout of the fencing for the outdoor dining. So there's entries to the dining areas themselves, but there's also building entries you have to accommodate for, but they don't pertain to the restaurant, and they must go possibly to the upper levels of those, building units. And then on the other side, looking at the section of Lighthouse, you can see the outdoor dining in front of the Victorian Corner, across the street. And you can also see the existing part of it in front of Spotted Duck there. Okay, so the design team, and it included me, we observed comparable outdoor seating areas and streetscapes, which helped address the following elements you see here: shade structures, wind, fencing, heating, lighting, sidewalk, intersection, and crosswalks. Each of these elements is organized into model examples that we would like to follow and core examples that we would like to avoid. So just starting out with the overhead shade structure model examples, what we saw, the shade structures did not obstruct the view of the building frontage. The overhead roof element was tall enough that you could see the door, the front entry, and the signage. Some rooftop elements were smooth and flat, straight and flat, and so you could still see the building facade that way. And then some had overhead roof elements that were removable or retractable that were also favored. Also with this is, the removable umbrellas in the bottom image, they were of commercial grade and had a pretty heavy base to withstand some winds. So we don't want our overhead shade structure to become an enclosure. It starts to become an architectural expansion of the restaurant with these, 3, 4 sides, being enclosed in a doorway. I don't consider that outdoor dining. Some other poor examples or features of these overhead shade structures are, elements that they're heavy or solid and they obscure the building frontage. Sometimes the canopy or the building overhead, the overhead shade structure was too low and you couldn't see the front door, or there was too much shade cast. Also, canopies that were so wide or long, they needed a structural reinforcement. The other thing we saw a lot of is just materials that were not suitable for outdoor conditions that also became buckling, loose, or damaged. Okay, we're on to the element of wind abatement. We really liked to see these. They had a lot of side panels on the shade structure that were on that top rail and rolled down. So they were, retractable when needed. You couldn't really see the mechanism. It was, just looked like part of the canopy itself. We also saw some examples that had side panels that were removable. That was also, seemed to work in character with what was needed. The other thing is looking at all these different streets when restaurants weren't open or it wasn't windy, the side panels or the wind abatement, it wasn't used. They only used it when they needed to. Conversely, some non-favorable conditions would be, these type of wind abatement air were not removable or retractable. It starts to look pretty jumbled up when a lot of these restaurants close together had these side panels side by side. It kind of segmented the street. There was a lot of examples of non-durable materials, again, get frayed in wind or get damaged. You can see that. There was also, we don't want bright colors or, other materials that detract from the building and surrounding environment. Perimeter fencing. This is I think maybe the second largest feature that, defines our outside dining areas. And we really like the idea that you can see and admire the dining that's happening. It really activates the street when you see people, using your public realm. Because some of these, it creates a visually permeable kind of barrier, so you can actually see through it. So you can see the building frontage. You still can see the doorways and the signs with kind of a wider spaced picket, if you will, or some way to let your eye see what's going on. And this also leads to create individual character within these panels. Not to say all of them have to look alike, but if they follow these guidelines, I think there could be a lot of design options that fit the character of the restaurant. Examples that, didn't quite fit our area were, solid or opaque, paneling or fencing. You could not see people dining. You couldn't even see the front of the restaurant or what was going on. Usually it was panels that were higher than 36 inches tall, start to really obscure the whole street frontage and the building facade. And there was also a lot of examples of paneling that didn't quite complement the streetscape character or the building. CMU blocks are considered, I would say, appropriate for our Lighthouse Avenue condition. And then into some heating units, another element. We really like to see the heating units that were mounted to an overhead structure and weren't really seen. There's a lot of these elements. We just want to create that clear sight line to the building itself. And then there's also movable heating units that we saw were only used when needed, and there weren't too many of them. If the restaurant was unoperational, they were inside the door, not outside in the street. Make and model are similar. There's a lot of kind of basic guidelines that make some sense. Lots of examples of, many heaters lined up, obscuring just about everything on the street. Also when, just clustered together, different kinds. And that kind of just was the experience you had as a pedestrian, was just, seeing these metal units. Lighting, there was recessed lighting in some panels, or, we want the outdoor lighting to be commercial grade. We liked it when it wasn't as visible or too many were hanging down. In contrast, there were some fixtures we saw that were not rated for outdoor conditions, or, too many wires and exposed cords were up and around the street. And, it just seemed like, or appeared it would be way too bright. So sidewalks treatments is an element that I'd like you to consider for these kind of bulb out conditions. You have an opportunity to really create that clear and wide route for pedestrians called our through zone. We don't want furnishings elements in this way of the sidewalk. And these are great examples of, you have a really clear view of where you're going to go to the other side of the street. Also, the sidewalk hardscape, would be consistent, but it also had, visible material clues that you were in an important district. You were on an important street, whether it was different color paving, use of a paver, so on and so forth. So going on to intersection and crosswalk treatments, for crosswalks, there are Other ideas you can implement rather than the asphalt with, white striping on special intersections to maybe pay more attention to them with different type of material or treatment. Intersections, I would consider having a flush curb throughout the entire radius. It becomes more pedestrian friendly, less trip hazards, and it's just more accessible for everyone. And then to follow up, there are a lot of artistic treatments on these corners, whether it's an embedded street name, maybe it's your logo, a butterfly, or a path of history of some sort. These are the places that are, really good for that kind of artwork and recognition. So this is a poor example of a sidewalk. It is exactly just a basic standard from the design roadways, where you actually see your 3-foot wide ramp that goes into the center of the radius. So if you are, have a stroller or in a wheelchair, you have to go into the actual intersection and then you have to choose which sidewalk you're going on. Again, it's not illegal. It's just not as comfortable. So this kind of ends my presentation, and I think Matthew kind of went over our next steps, but would really like some feedback at this point.
All right, thank you. Do we have any public comment on this item? Welcome.
The idea is this last thing about the possible artistic designs and so on. If you look at the intersection at Forest and Lighthouse and how we spent, what, $290,000 to have that done, and now it's just covered with rubber from tires. So we need to consider that when they do these bulb outs and extensions. But other than that, I think that's great ideas.
Thank you. Do we have any virtual public comment?
Yes, Mayor. Mike Gibbs.
That's you.
Hi, this is actually Peggy Gibbs. I want to say that I think this was a fantastic presentation. I am really delighted to see how much work was done. And I love the clear view, the through zone, the visible important clues that you talked about, and the opportunities for a plaque, possibly historical references at some of these important intersections. There is so much that is possible with this. I think the most important thing is to have this wonderful way to showcase the businesses that you have accomplished by clearing all of the area and being able to see exactly what is going on, offering a very safe and thoughtful way to do coverings and heaters and seating areas that are very specifically called out and zoned, and then a very clear pedestrian pathway. I am really impressed with this particular presentation, and I thank you for spending so much time on it. Thank you. We do not have any more online public comment.
Thank you. A council discussion on this item. Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. So since you're asking for feedback, I did like what you said about having the full curb cuts so that people don't get thrown into that kind of no man's land in between the two actual crosswalks. And one of the letters had actually brought up that a picture showed plants there. And rather than having plants, my guess is that that was just an example, and what we would be looking at is potentially the full curb cuts. I think that makes it a lot safer for anybody who's disabled, has a stroller, and just easier to navigate in general without tripping. So I really like that idea. And then there was something else. I just need to go back to my notes, and thank you for the answers to my email before. So there were a couple things that seem slightly like we had a regulation one place and then we made a recommendation that might a little bit contradict that. And the main thing where I noticed that was the heating units and the retractable canopies. So I really like the one that you showed where it's the canopy that has the heating element embedded in the canopy. But that seemed like it might contradict with them having to be retractable. So what I was thinking is it might make a good idea if we had like objective standards that people knew they could follow and it didn't detract from the building. It might make sense to have one that stays, kind of permanent, if you want to call it that, with the heaters embedded, because I think that would be a lot of work for the businesses to have to remove heaters and take those off and put those away and retract every business day. So I think if you could do that in a way that met guidelines that were preset, they wouldn't need to be retracted. But for people who maybe didn't want to take that option and wanted to do umbrellas or something, then that would be a different situation. I had raised a question. I don't know if we need to talk to the fire department about this regarding, I don't know if we're allowed to store the heaters inside buildings because I think there were some issues with propane. So I don't know if you wanted to address that while we're in meeting or but I think that's something we'll want to look at for the standards as well. And it may be something that staff obviously, can pursue. And then I think that actually covers both because it was kind of the heater and the retractable awnings. But other than that, yeah, really appreciate showing kind of the comparison so people could see what works well, what doesn't. And it really, I think, gives the public and the businesses a chance to see how this really enhances our downtown, really draws people in because it's really showcasing our downtown. I think it'll really support business and support safety and support our complete streets. Because I think the point is we want people to feel like they can safely walk downtown. And I think this just really hits on all of the key points that we've really been looking to cover with this. So thank you very much.
Councilmember Beck.
Thank you, Your Honor. Long time coming. This is great. Love the presentation. I'm a visual person, so I love the visual before, after, or possible setup. And I would just like to comment and say today I noticed one of our restaurateurs took their parklet down on the corner of Fountain and Lighthouse. And for the first time, I looked at the front of their building and said, wow, like I know what restaurant's there now. In addition to that, there's a bank next door that I forgot was even there because I couldn't see it. So I love the visual of being able to see the restaurateurs or the restaurants from the front, their facades, the historical district. I love the idea of doing some artwork or plaques within the cement embedding. But I think great job and thank you very much for your presentation.
Councilmember Emilio.
Thank you for your presentation. Couple of questions. So on this outdoor dining, does this cover all Lighthouse in Central, all the restaurants down there, or is it just the 3 restaurants that we're talking about on Lighthouse from across from the Holman building?
Councilmember, we've kind of had to prioritize because of, their effort to get the sidewalk improvements done at the corner of Fountain and Lighthouse first. So we've decided to kind of zero in on that and then concentrate just on bulb outs, with especially this bulb out. Next phase of this project that we're envisioning is as we get into like budget talks for next year would be funding a continuation of this guidelines to go all the way down the Lighthouse District and could include Central as well.
Okay. So this is only for the 3 for starters. Okay. And then for example, has there been talk about, I think it's coming up on another agenda item, but and we're just talking about the costs of those 3 places on Lighthouse there, right?
That's correct. There is the next agenda item tonight is for the sidewalk construction itself, and it'll just be that corner.
That corner. Okay.
Yeah.
And then, I do like the presentation about, plaques and stuff. Maybe we could look at something like Hollywood Boulevard with the things. It's just an idea.
Councilmember Cleddy.
Thank you, Your Honor. Excuse me. This is a great presentation, Una, Dan, our city manager. I know you guys have worked hard on this, and it was kind of a short fuse a little bit and a little bit of a compressed time schedule. So I'm very impressed with this work product. I think this is very good. It's an excellent roadmap for, you know, what I call a light footprint for outside dining and not some monolithic structure, which does all the things that were on your don't do list. And I think the idea is to enhance our historic downtown and not dominate it. And as Councilmember Beck has already mentioned, the Spotted Duck Parklet came down over the course of the last 2 days, and it's remarkable. You know, it's remarkable what of the impact it has been in having it removed, not only in the visual, you know, getting the visual impression of the building, but also just in driving around that corner, you know, coming up, going south on Fountain and then coming on to the right of way onto Lighthouse. So big improvement there. I think this is a great first start, and you know, it is addressing corners primarily, bulb outs at corners, but there are other sites other than, you know, the Fountain and Lighthouse site, which we've been working on for, you know, going on 18 months, somewhere around there. There's the Red House Cafe, which would be probably a good candidate, and certainly others. So the concepts that have been developed in this report and in the slides and in the presentation really do provide the roadmap that we've been looking for quite some time. So I'm very appreciative. Thank you again. And I think it's something we need to follow. I'm hopeful that the BID, EDC, and Planning Commission, I'm especially interested in hearing from the Planning Commission. They spent a lot of time on this. I think they're gonna give us some really good feedback. What's the timeline on that though? Matt, what are you thinking on that?
I probably should look over at Una a bit and get a little feedback from her as well, because much of the next steps are gonna, you know, be heavier.
Sure.
We are almost there, you know, developing like the materials and those requirements. You know, this becomes a manual. You will not see the precedent images as part of the manual. It'll be like what you need, you know, to get a bulb out dining area, you know, permitted and done. So once, because I have lots of questions too, you know, what is code, you know, such as the heaters and a lot of those things. We want to make sure that we've, you know, addressed all of those things. So I would say another month or so, and then we can start distributing it. But then, you know, waiting on feedback and then going back to the council is kind of unknown.
Maybe by the end of the year, a final draft.
So.
Yeah. Okay. That's good enough for now.
Great.
That's very helpful. So again, kudos on this. I think Pacific Grove is gonna be a leader in this space now. And that's very exciting because our downtown hasn't seen many improvements since the 1930s. I've got a postcard collection of Pacific Grove, and you can look at postcards from the 30s and 20s. The automobiles have certainly changed, but not much else. So I think this is the first step in really kind of opening up our downtown for a very exciting future, especially as regards restaurants that can service the new hotel. Might be the future, you know, for our downtown. And I think it's very exciting, and thank you for being a part of it.
Councilmember Peduri.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation. I appreciate it. I like looking at the visuals as well. Just quick question, the bulb outs are the way that was presented, the bulb outs imply that parking spaces would be taken out, or am I off?
Councilmember Peduri, the bulb outs would be taking parking spaces potentially depending on the location that they're installed at. But right now we're presenting to construct a bulb out that's being already occupied by a parklet.
Okay.
So for the last 3+ years, those parking spaces have not existed
But in combination with the sidewalk expansion, we're saying that bulb outs plus sidewalk expansion is going to take out parking spaces, correct?
I think your statement is correct.
Okay, yeah, so just wanted to reaffirm that. And then I wanted to know, because this appears like the draft is being prepared based on, it appears like best practices or items that other cities are employing. So in your endeavor here, did you also get an assessment of how much the cost would be to get to this best kind of like kind of draft that's listed here? What would be the best cost, or what would be a range of the cost to get all the materials as were permitted in the draft?
I think the idea is that we're providing guidelines to be flexible. You don't have to have any of these elements as part of your outdoor dining experience.
Uh-huh.
And they can vary in terms of, how much you want to invest in them. They do have, retractable shades are all automated, and they have ones that you can manually, retract yourself. So the idea is whatever the restaurant needs, and then providing some material guidelines and options that this is what your choices could be.
Okay. Yeah, I believe the reason why we find this variety is exactly, I mean, if cost was another factor, we'd have the best of the best. But I think that's one of the reasons why we find a variety of these like kind of items in use. And as you know, Pacific Grove gets windy a lot. So we do need like the wind abatement is going to be a big factor. So it gets back to how do we protect the visitors from the elements, so to speak. So I'll be looking forward to seeing how the draft shapes up. But I envision that like since this is just a three kind of like only at a certain intersection, therefore we're doing it in a certain way. But as we move along, there could be other things that could come up, and potentially that draft that get revised could apply to everybody. So some may be out of compliance. So how do we treat that? So I would just encourage you to look at it with more at a broader lens to see like how we want to generalize it for the entire community and not just to that particular intersection. And then I did want to note that it's actually in the agenda report that some feedback has not been collected. Says it's not complete due to scheduling difficulties. I would appreciate it if we would complete the feedback there before routing it to the appropriate channels here. But I know we're giving some direction, but also collect that feedback before you take the next steps. But thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I just say
Sure.
one thing really quickly, just to help again set the stage of what we're trying to accomplish? And that is the reason that it's really difficult to say that these bulb outs will apply to every single corner, because every corner can be different. It can have some different features to it, different topography, different things that could make these features not work. So that's why we're going to need to kind of come back and do a larger plan. But we do think it's really important to set the baseline in this corner of the features that you like and don't like. Then we would then apply to all the corners as we could. But that's kind of why we have been talking it through with Una, that we felt we couldn't really just give us a blanket one to start with, because you get up to a couple corners away and it could be a very different situation. So
I'll quickly echo a few comments. Thank you very much for this report. I was very impressed. And yes, and I think this does set a vision for downtown, a new downtown or newer downtown where we have more people downtown doing what people do, gather, eat, talk, socialize. So I'm excited to see this chart a new path. A few comments. Oh, and I like virtually everything in this report, by the way. Just a few comments. I'm not sure if they apply to these guidelines, but in the agenda report, you mentioned Lighthouse Business District. I don't know if that was intentional. It's called the Downtown Business Improvement District, but I like your new name. So if we want to rebrand our downtown as the Lighthouse Business District, I'd be for it. I would, I think I've heard some comments also about having objective guidelines. And I know that's going to be a challenge, but I think as much as possible, they need to be objective. And I'm hoping when it comes to permitting that this can be done ministerially. And the main thing is if you do it ministerially, right, you cut down on the amount of time it's required and the cost to the applicant, both good things. When you get feedback, you mentioned the EDC, the Planning Commission, BID. Let's add the Pacific Grove Chamber of Commerce in there. Let's get those folks to give us their thoughts, please. And I was wondering about expenditures. I guess it's outside this guidelines, but I'm assuming that the everything that's above the sidewalk, maybe if you want to call it that, would be for the business owner to be responsible for. But anyhow, just something to think about. The screens, heaters, some railings, some wind abatement panels. I'm assuming that that's all on the business owner. And speaking of that, particularly the posts and wind abatement, I think for a little while we have to recognize this is kind of going to be a work in progress. Obviously, this would work best if the first few businesses worked cooperatively with city staff to figure out what's a reasonable, cost effective, and fits within the vision here in these guidelines. So, little questions like, how do you sink a post into a slab of concrete? Well, I don't know. Mr. Go will be figuring that out, I'm sure, talking to others in the future. All right. Thank you very much. Yeah, Mr. Mogensen, do you need anything else from us on this item?
Nope, I think we've heard it all. So thank you very much. Well, you gave us very good feedback tonight. I didn't mean that to be. So I think we're prepared to finish the document and set a course here to get these other stakeholders involved and then be back to the council hopefully by the end of the year.
Great. Thank you.
Great. Any objection if we take a short break? All right, we'll return at 8:29.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
All right, let's continue with item 12B. Mr. Mogensen?
May I recuse myself now? Mr. Mayor, recuse myself.
Okay,
Thank you.
please don't go too far.
Nope.
Right, Dan.
No.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. I'll be making the presentation tonight, and I do not have a formal presentation for this item. We have presented the Lighthouse Avenue widening project numerous times. In the staff report, I have links to all the previous reports, which then embed the cost estimates, the plan set, so on and so forth. But what I'm simply asking for tonight, and this is what I stated in a previous report, a schedule, and I said we would be bringing back bids at the first meeting in September. So tonight, I'm asking the city council to simply receive the bids and then authorize the city manager to prepare a budget amendment ordinance to allocate funds for the Lighthouse Avenue widening project for an amount of $339,000, $304.66. I know it should have just rounded it up, which includes a base bid and a $25 construction contingency and a 15% engineer's oversight for the project. And let me just discuss that briefly. I'm asking for a 25% contingency on this because I fear there may be a few hidden items that maybe weren't encapsulated in the plan set that were bidded out. For one, I know that there's bollards that have been sunk into the ground. We didn't do that work. I don't know how deep they are. I don't know what the extent is to that. And then after we put the plan set out to bid, we realized that we have a sewer line that's running under the new sidewalk extension project. And we videoed the line and determined that like a 4 or 5 foot section of the line should be replaced. We reached out to the lowest bidder and asked if they'd be willing to do that. They have the capabilities of doing it, and they will be willing to do it on a time and material basis. So as we go in there, and right now there's parklets over that. So as we demo those parklets and we're working on demoing out the existing sidewalk and roadway, we can simply go in there, make that 5-foot repair on a time and material basis with the contractor that's doing the job and have it be part of this scope as an add-on. I typically don't like to do add-ons like this, but I think it's imperative if we're going to build this nature of hardscape, we should address that issue underneath it first. We discovered it after we had developed the plans and we put it out, the bids plan set, but it's the best practice to do so. That's why I've added a 25% contingency. The project still came in well under engineers' estimates. We've spoken to the contractor. They're going to hold the bid. They wanted to move forward with the project. So tonight, this is more of an information only item, but then for you to give us authorization to add this dollar amount into the proposed budget amendment, which I believe will be introduced at your September 18th meeting. That concludes my report. And then following that September 18th meeting, then we'll move forward with the formal bid award and contract for the project. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Go. And just to reiterate, so tonight's action could be summarized as direct the city manager to come back.
We'll be talking about budget amendments, and at this point, this wouldn't be funded until we take action on that budget amendment. So
All right, thank you for that clarification. All right, public comment, please come forward. Welcome.
Mr. Mayor, council, staff, I'm Dan Silveri. I'm the president of SoCon Builders, and we were the apparent low bidder for this project. if you'll let me, a little bit of this is heartfelt. I also own 520 Lighthouse across the street. My wife of 48 years was the assistant to the city manager here when I met her. And our first date was at the Victorian Corner, and the Aliotis had just opened it. So when we bid the project, and I haven't met Mr. Go yet, but he's met my project manager, and so there was a little bit of heart in this when we bid the job, and we were apparently quite a bit lower than the other bidders. I didn't bid it as a business transaction. I bid it because I've known the Aliotis for many years, and we're our building across the street. And so I just thought, well, we'll go ahead with that. We also just recently completed all the improvements for Sand City at behind Costco. We were there 2.5 years doing the curb gutter sidewalk, all new lighting, underground utilities. We put the park in, which was just dedicated a month ago, and approximately $9.5 million job. So we were involved with the chief building official there, which is John Keel, which is also the chief building official here for Pacific Grove. So just wanted to let you know who we are, and we're thankful if we're considered for the project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any virtual comment?
No, Mayor, we do not.
Council discussion on
Correction.
the
Sorry.
item? Pardon?
Correction, we have Carmelita Garcia.
Good evening, thank you. I certainly hope Mr. Silvera's company is selected. He's a very genuine person, and I really respect him highly. My comment has to do with the 15% for the engineer's oversight. And my question is who the engineer is, if anybody knows, or if they haven't been selected. If it happens to be the city's engineer, I'm not sure whether or not the selected contractor has their own engineer that they could use. Anyway, that's my only comment. Thank you.
Council discussion, Councilmember Cleddy.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to thank Mr. Silveri for bidding on this project. It's a $200,000 delta between Mr. Silveri's very generous bid and the high bid. And I think this is a great way of giving to your community. And that, yeah, I mean, you're putting your talents to work and your money where your mouth is. So thank you very much. I've seen the construction quality of this firm. It's excellent. So as the mayor mentioned earlier, I think all we're doing here is receiving the bids and then authorizing the city manager to prepare a budget amendment. So I don't really have much to discuss on the project other than I'm very happy to see this bid and knowing that the construction will be done right.
Councilmember McDonald.
I would definitely agree with that. Thank you. And to that point, thank you, Mr. Go, for explaining the 25% override, because I would agree that it makes a lot of sense. Like, it seems like absolutely a must do to fix the sewer while we're there, while we have this opportunity. So I would definitely support that 25% over as well.
Councilmember Peduri.
I would like to echo some of the comments too. I don't think I've seen any kind of actual winning bidder attend the council meeting. So thank you for being here and up until 8:30 and providing your comments. I just had a question for Dan, but if you could refresh my memory, does this include the demolition of the existing structures, or is that like a separate thing altogether?
Councilmember Paduri, yes, it does. That was part of the bid package. So the existing structures would be demoed. We'll give the opportunity when the time comes for the parklet owners to maybe do that if they desire. But it is part of the bid package, and then all of the obvious hardscape demolition that needs to occur to then commence the construction is part of the packet also. That's correct.
Okay. Yeah, and generally speaking, this to me is like a receive report kind of item, just for informational purpose, because technically, we're going to review our entire, whatever we have of the budget and assign priorities to what we want to fulfill for the remaining items. So I think this gets slotted into those kind of items. So I'm looking forward to it, but thank you for giving us a preview of what the cost is going to look like. Thanks.
Councilmember Emilio.
Thank you, Mr. Silvera. Thank you. The question is, this is only for the 3 parklets, right? The cost, would that then be approximately the next block over, all through Lighthouse? I'm just curious. Or approximately.
Councilmember Emilio, I think I would hate to speculate because, for example, as Councilmember Coletti said earlier, that this would be a prime example for like the Red House, but then that is only 1 parklet and it doesn't have 3. So I think each area would be different, but I think the concept that we're seeing on the plan could be carried through the rest of the downtown. I think you could even do bulb outs like this mid-block, like where the international cuisine is, and do something like that if you were willing to look at the parking versus pedestrian movements and activity at our downtown and what's the priority. So I think something like this could be implemented. The cost could be similar, but every single location would have different aspects. Storm drains, wastewater, crossings, intersections, so on and so forth.
Okay, I'm supportive of this. I just want to add one comment. It'd be great if we can put 150 towards a skate park. So that's it.
I'll echo my thanks for Mr. Severi for your bid and assuming this project moves forward, gets approved, looking forward to a quality project. I had a question for staff on the timing of this because we'll obviously demolition of a parklet and construction of the sidewalk, and it's going to impact their business.
Mr. Mayor, I'll take a little shot at it, and Mr. Go can help me out through this. So our process before us is we wanted tonight for the council to give us the blessing on this is the bid we want to go with. So in the next meeting, we'll talk budget amendments, and if the council approves that, that'll also be the first reading of an ordinance, and then we'll have to have a second reading of that ordinance to have the budget completed. From that point, we'll be on that same night, we can be ready to have the contract on the agenda for this work. We do need to give 60 days notice for the parklet owners is what we wrote into the encroachment permit this year. So with that said, I think, the construction window is probably going to be a little bit of, we might want to think about this, with holidays and different times when that right period is to start. I don't know if it's giving the exact number of, we could start on November, say even 60 days from tomorrow, I believe still would be November 7th, perhaps November 8th, somewhere around there. Is that the right time to start the construction? We might want to maybe think about that a bit. Feedback would be welcome tonight, but that's kind of some of the constraints we're thinking about. Also, so and say you want to get past Thanksgiving, is it better to do in December? We haven't talked yet construction schedule with the contractor to know exactly how long. I think 6 weeks was in the bid package, but we're not sure the work really is going to take 6 weeks. It could be much shorter than that. Regardless, restaurants will have access to their business. They just won't have the front space in that time. So again, there's a little bit of, possibly of, I want to say, talking to the owners a bit and finding out what is that right window that would be least disruptive and meet the needs of what the city's trying to accomplish and all that stuff. So I don't know if that answers your question enough. And I don't.
No, it does. Obviously, I had asked just to get people thinking ahead. My understanding is that, our downtown, our restaurants, the tourism, you have a little spike up over Thanksgiving. And then over the Christmas, but it's of limited duration. So maybe that's still a good time. And then January and February is pretty much our low season. And but then you're also dealing with potential rain events, and then there also needs to be time for the business owners to do what they want to do in terms of enhancements on the sidewalk. So yeah, Mr. Go.
And with, Your Honor, with the previous agenda report, we also discussed about the potential to finalize up those guidelines by the end of the year. So I would like to, in my opinion, having the guidelines finalized, timed with construction, so we construct, we have the fences in place, the property owners know what they can purchase amenity wise and what they can do with their outdoor space. The timing might be very good if we're going towards the first of the year, kicking it all off type of thing. But again, that, as City Manager Mogensen said, we'll work with the contractor on that and discuss with the stakeholders. But we've got these two paths running parallel, right? The construction and the guidelines, which at some point need to connect and overlap so there's seamless, uninterrupted with the restaurateurs.
Yeah, and have the least amount of impact. Yeah, thank you very much. So it sounds like it's well in your hands, so appreciate that. Do you need anything else from us on this item?
Should we get a motion that they concur with this contract coming back? Is that proper?
Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to move recommended action number 1 and thank Mr. Silveri again for his bid. That's actually in there, but yes, I thought it was anyway. But yes, to return to the city council at our next meeting to adopt an ordinance to amend our budget.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 0, 1 recused, 1 absent. All right, on to item 12C, Mr. Mr. Pyrick.
That'll be my item, and I'll turn my microphone on now. Maybe I'll be heard better. This is going to be a discussion regarding the California Voting Rights Act. And in addition to that, the impact of ballot measure Z with regards to proposing a reduction of the council members. We'll also discuss the letter that was received by LULAC and a motion to provide for direction. So can we get the PowerPoint up, please? I think we just need the slide, not the preview on the left. There you go. Okay, can we go? All right, so we can skip past the cover page. And I don't know, do I have control of this or do you? What's that? Oh, I see. Okay. Well, delays are good. All right, with regards to the communications that the city has received from the League of United Latin American Citizens, known by the acronym of LULAC, the city first received communications back on August 25th of 2022 from Mr. Sandoval. We did provide that to the council along with further discussion in my March 6th, 2024 agenda report. And also when that letter was received, it was posted on the city's website. At the time that that letter was received, there was pending the case of Pico neighborhood versus the city of Santa Monica, And that case has since been decided, and I'll provide some information on that later on. And then the city recently received another letter from LULAC, and that was on August 23 of 2024. In this letter, LULAC formally requests the city to transition from at-large districts to district-based elections to comply with the CVRA. Okay, next slide. A little bit about the California Voting Rights Act. It was enacted in 2001, and I just want to pause here. I've already mentioned it in my comments, but we did have a rather lengthy discussion about and presentation on the CVRA back in March, on March 6th of 2024. So many of the points that I'm covering here were addressed then, but now that we're readdressing it, I'm going to cover some of those points again. So the elections code that applies to the California Voting Rights Act, that's found in sections 14025 through 14032. It applies to at-large electoral systems. A plaintiff must prove that there is racially polarized voting, resulting in dilution of the ability of the protected class to elect chosen candidates. That the issue of what that proof was that was required was before the Supreme Court in the Santa Monica case. And as I said, that'll be discussed later in the presentation. Under the CVRA, a city or a plaintiff is not required to prove that by changing to districts that there will be at least one district which has a majority of minority voters. And the CVRA also expanded the ability of plaintiffs to recover their attorney's fees and expenses, making awards mandatory if the plaintiffs prevail. In contrast, defendants, even if they are successful, cannot recover their attorney's fees or costs. Next slide. The cities in Monterey County, which currently have district elections, include the cities of Monterey, Salinas, Marina, Greenfield, and King City. Next slide. So the Santa Monica case, which I've now mentioned a couple times, that was decided in 2023. And the holding of that case was that the plaintiffs must prove that the combination of at-large voting and the voting patterns reflecting racial polarization resulted in a dilution of the ability of protected class voters to elect their chosen candidate. There is no bright line percentage beneath which an action under the CVRA cannot be sustained. By that, I mean that if there are a certain percentage of minorities within a particular district that would increase from, let's say, 12% to 18%, is that sufficient to justify changing to districts or not? And as I've mentioned here in this point on the slide, there is no such bright line. The Supreme Court did not give a percentage that would apply or some kind of a test beyond that which is set forth in the statute. So as a result, even if a protected class that forms a relatively small percentage of a city's population may be able to state a cause of action for violation of CVRA. The Santa Monica case has been remanded to the trial court for further consideration under the standards set forth in that court's opinion. Next slide, please. The remedies that are imposed by the courts in CVRA cases, the court has broad discretion to order appropriate remedies. Cases that have been decided to date include the city of Highland, in which the court ordered district elections. Also, the city of Palmdale was a case that went to trial, and the court there required district elections, even though the city charter provided for at-large elections. Next slide. The attorney's fees to plaintiffs that have sued cities who did not voluntarily change to districts when requested to do so have been significant. The city of Santa Monica is the largest one that I know of, and that one I believe there's a request for attorney's fees, and this has been some time ago, so I'm sure the amount that's going to be requested will likely increase. But it's $22 million. Other cities, Palmdale, $4.5 million, Highland was $1 million, and the only issue there was remedy. Santa Clara, $3.5 million, Modesto was $3.5 million. Next slide. So attorney's fees of the defendants, no jurisdiction has yet successfully defended itself in a CVR case that has gone to trial. However, even if a city did prevail at trial in a CVR case, the defendant is not entitled to recover its attorney's fees or costs of litigation and would remain exposed to a CVRA demand and lawsuit in the future by a different set of plaintiffs. The next slide. A word about the city charter. I did go through this in the March 6th, 2024 presentation, but I believe it's worth mentioning again, is that your charter under Article 6 provides that the mayor and members of the council should be elected from the city at large. And there are other charter cities that have addressed how to proceed in light of charter requirements that they may have. The city of Sunnyvale, they did a transition process to districts, which included a charter amendment authorizing the change. In Santa Rosa, they interpreted their charter as enabling the city to transition to by-district elections without first amending the city charter, relying upon a government code section that did allow for changing to districts without a vote of the public. The city charter was subsequently amended after the ordinance was passed by a ballot measure, and that was in November of 2022. And the third case I'll mention, I referred to it earlier, is the city of Palmdale case, and the citation is there in the slide. In that case, the court held that a charter city's electoral system, if it's been adjudicated to cause dilution of voting rights, then the state law, namely the CVRA, would prevail over the charter. So the charter was raised as an argument by the city, and the court said that notwithstanding their charter, they were still required to change to districts under the CVRA law. Next slide. All right, now a little bit about the process of transition. This is all included in Elections Code Section 10010. By the way, there's, I believe, some 8 attachments to this agenda report, and it includes the letters that we received from LULAC, the March 6, 2024 agenda report, the agenda report that the city manager submitted on July 17th of 2024, which included the demographic report that had been prepared by the National Demographic Corporation. It included the copies of the CVRA code sections, a copy of the City of Santa Monica case, also a League of California Cities paper from August of 23, summarizing the Santa Monica case, and finally, Elections Code Section 10010. So if anyone is interested, those are included in the city's website, can provide more detail. So let's talk about the process of transition under Elections Code 10010. First of all, the standard practice is, if you're going to change to districts, is that you would retain a demographer. The demographer would assist with evaluating the demographics of the city, would also assist in preparing draft district maps that would be reviewed by the public. There is an extensive process involved with all of that. In addition to that, if the city were to proceed with the transition to districts, you would adopt what's called a resolution of intent, and that would be to transition from at-large elections to district elections. There would be 2 public hearings, and those occur for public input with regard to the issue of changing to districts before any maps are drawn. Then the maps are drawn. The election sequence would determine which districts would be voted first. Then you have your first hearing on the draft maps. Next slide. Thereafter, if there were some additional maps that were prepared based on comments from council or comments from the public, those would be published. You would then have a second hearing on the draft maps. You would select your preferred maps for the districts. And then there's a final hearing, which would include the introduction of the ordinance. And that hearing would include the maps that would have been selected that would be approved by the ordinance, as well as the sequence as to which district would be voting when. And then finally, as we all know, with an adoption of an ordinance, you also have a second reading. So as you can see, this is a very involved process, and it's one that all cities that have changed to districts that I know of have gone through, because that's the process that's specified in the Elections Code 10010. All right, next slide. Now, the timing on the transition if the city were to give this direction, would be that at your meeting on October 2nd of 2024, the council can consider a proposed resolution of intent to transition to districts. That would then, the significance of that being that 45 days after the August 23rd letter that we received from LULAC would be October 7th. And if the city did not adopt the resolution of intent before October 7th, then the so-called safe harbor provision of the code 10010 would not apply. Under the safe harbor provision, if the city does adopt the resolution prior to October 7th, then there is a cap on the amount of costs that can be recovered by the party demanding the switch to districts. That cap is currently $37,500. So that is the benefit of taking advantage of this 45-day window. Then we got another window, a lot of windows. This window is a 90-day window, and this one it applies to what happens after you adopt your resolution of intent. And this window is open for 90 days. You would, at the end of the 90 days, you would need to complete all the public hearings that I described in my earlier comments and adopt the ordinance to approve the district maps and sequencing. There is a provision in section 10010 that does allow the party that has made the demand for you to switch to districts to give you an additional time to complete this process. And there's language in the code section I've cited now several times that says that it's supposed to be an open, transparent opportunity for public input. So by providing that additional 90 days, that would provide additional time for more public input, more time to review maps, more time to hold public hearings. Plus, you'd be having all that in the first 3 months of 2025 instead of the last 3 months of 2024. As we all know, there's holidays in November and December. People may be out of town or visiting with family and relatives. So trying to have all of this process going on during what's a traditional holiday season, may not be the most public friendly method for doing it. So if we were able to obtain consent from LULAC to get that additional 90 days, which hopefully won't be an issue because the first election that this would apply to in terms of the districts wouldn't be until November of 2026. So if the process were completed by March 31 of 2025, that's a year and a half before the first election is that would be impacted. All right, next slide. A word about the ballot measure Z that would, if successful, reduce the number of council members from 6 to 4. There's 2 points here. The first one is if the council adopts a resolution of intent to transition and measure Z is approved, then the number of districts is reduced to 4. And so that's how many maps you would need to prepare is for 4 districts. The mayor would still be elected at large, and that's a citywide vote. Then the other alternative is that if the city adopts a resolution of intent and the ballot measure Z is not approved, then the number of districts would remain at 6 as you currently have, and you would need to prepare maps for 6 districts, still with the mayor elected at large. Next slide, please. So the recommended action this evening is to discuss the CVRA issues, the impact of Measure Z, and how that would affect the transition to districts, and the letter that's been received from LULAC. And then the second item would be an action item. That is going to be a motion to provide direction to the city manager regarding the CVRA, which could include returning to the city council with a resolution of intent to transition from at-large elections to by-district elections and retain a demographer to assist in that transition process, or such other action related to this item as the council determines appropriate. Final slide. This is the questions slide. So if anybody has questions you want to ask now or later, I'm prepared to answer them.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment? Please come forward. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Don Murphy. I'm on your planning commission, but I'm just speaking as a member of the public. I'd like to thank the city attorney for a presentation that made a lot of things clear. The issue I still don't understand is what our position would be as far as having to vote to amend the charter, whether the city attorney thinks we would have to do that or wouldn't. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Kevin Hanley from Pacific Grove. The city attorney has, in the last 3 analyses provided to you, focused on the legal issues against the city. What I want to share with you is some of the bigger governance issues if we transition to district-based elections. I think if we transition to the district-based elections and Measure Z fails, this small compact city will be balkanized into 6 council districts. And I believe we would have some negative consequences in that case. First of all, has occurred in other jurisdictions. I'm more familiar with Lincoln, California, and what happened. Competitive council elections with these 6 small districts. There will be fewer candidates that jump into the elections, and there will be even some districts in which there's a single candidate that files for election. And it's very likely in that kind of scenario that you could have, based on how the districts are drawn by the demographer and others, you could have incumbents, several incumbents in the same district because they live close to each other. And 1 or more will lose in that maybe 1-to-1 contest. And you will have other districts in which a person that has no community experience in helping Pacific Grove, who hasn't participated but got 24 signatures to file papers and will be elected because it will be uncontested. And that person will be serving on the city council. And if they're negative in dealing with city staff and other members, you have big problems. Also, I was heartened by the California Supreme Court decision in Pico versus the city of Santa Monica. What they said was dilution of the protected districts. You have to look at the specific locality. And Pacific Grove, they voted 70% for Barack Obama for president in 2012, and there's 2% Black voting age population here. So we don't really have a problem with discrimination. So I would conclude by saying, I hope you fight to protect our democracy and prevent balkanization and degrading of deliberation in the city. And please don't give in, because I think the law has changed with the Santa Monica case. It's going back to the local trial court. The law is not set. Thank you.
Thank you. Any online comment?
Yes, Mayor. Mike Gibbs.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. This is Mike Gibbs, Economic Development Commission, speaking on my behalf. I don't agree with Mr. Hanley's reasoning, but I agree with his conclusion. When I read the city attorney's statement in full, if I could just read this here, he says at the end, plaintiffs in a CVRA case must prove, they must prove that racially polarized voting occurs in specified elections. And I don't see that happening here. I don't have any proof of that. The LULAC has provided no data. They provided no justification except a letter requesting Pacific Grove to convert to district elections. I think it's a bad idea I think it's going to result in situations that were unimagined at this point. I would just like to point out that LULAC is a private third-party organization. They have no standing with the city of Pacific Grove. They're not legal. They have no plaintiff situation right now. They have not sued Pacific Grove. And after working in business for 30 years and managing multi-million-dollar projects, the first rule is when somebody makes a threat, negotiate, do not give in, ever. And that's what the city is getting ready to do, is to give in to an unqualified, undocumented demand by a third-party organization that we change years and years of charter city background and history for no particular reason at all. And I think it's a bad idea. I agree with Mr. Hanley. We should look more closely at the recent Supreme Court decision in Santa Monica. And I see no data that says how many cities have actually lost by fighting this particular situation and this threat from LULAC. And that's all it is. It's a threat. And we shouldn't give in to it. We shouldn't give up. We should fight the darn thing and send them a letter back saying we would like some proof, in fact, that we are in some way violating the California Civil Rights Act, which we are not, and make them prove it with data and information that in fact Pacific Grove is in some sort of violation. Lastly, if we give in to this, it makes us look like we're guilty of something that we're not guilty of. And that will be a stain on this particular city council. And I would hate to see that happen. So please reject this threat by LULAC and fight back. Thank you.
Inge Dahmer.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. It sounds like from the other previous two speakers that they really have a desire to spend a lot of money on lawyers and still end up losing because the precedent is already there that no other city has won. I mean, Santa Monica has spent 22 million fighting it already. I think possibly they're a little richer community than we are. I have no idea, but I really don't want to spend our money, our taxpayer dollars on Manly making a point. I swear to God, we're going to have to move to district elections. Now, whether we have 4 or 6, Mr. Hanley's assessment of moving to 6 is absolutely correct. We would have probably not even one candidate in a place. And then what would happen? Someone would get appointed and then it'd be a nepotism of whatever council did get. I mean, we have different areas in Pacific Grove that would divide nicely into 4. Is it ideal? Hell no. But goodness gracious, spending money on more lawyers? I just cannot believe that mentality. But I think we've already have the demographer. We hired that, right? So that's the first step. Now we need the letter of intent that we will transition to him. Yes, we're going to have to wait for an election to find out, because truly, if we have 6, we're not going to have any kind of diversity or representation, because Pacific Grove into 6 would be, as he said, not even one person, and certainly uncontested. So it's that's a nightmare. All the other cities, 90% of the cities in California, and certainly for a city of 15,000 people, are represented pretty well with just 5. And that's another argument, but the letter of intent, the resolution of whatever, for LULAC, I think it's a necessity. I mean, It depends on whether you want your streets and roads and anything else, or you want to spend it on lawyers. Thank you very much.
Dixie Lane.
Good evening. I want to thank the city attorney for this presentation because it helped me understand a lot of things. And I was very happy to see that there were going to be some meetings held with the public so that we could better understand all, hello? So we could better understand all this. And I was sorry that I've never seen that we did that on going from 6 to 4 with council members. And I see those two. Hello? I keep hearing people talking. Okay, so I find that they're inexplicably linked. You can't explain how they don't one doesn't affect the other. And I think that decreasing representation from 6 to 4 might be good for the council because it consolidates their power and makes the council more apt to move things. But it does, I have a lot of questions about how that would work because I often hear from council members how much work they do and they don't want to be on BCCs because they don't have the time and blah, blah, blah. And I see that. So do we get rid of BCCs? And then I see how it's good for staff because they don't have so many representatives to staff and BCCs and everything. But then I get down to the districts and I went and looked at a lot of cities that I have lived in and are comfortable that I know how they operate, and they've gone to districts, but they've done, I don't think it's a binary choice, 4 or 6. I think that 4 districts or 6 districts. I think what many of them have done is they have taken and they've done districts and they've done 4 districts, but they have 6 council members. And so they leave 2 at large and they have 4 in districts. And I think that works better for the public because if I only have 1 council member that I can vote for, and that 1 council member can't persuade the others to do what we need in our district, I'm at a disadvantage. And I think the minorities would be in a disadvantage because they have to remember they've only got 1 vote and they need 3. And I'm just not sure that doing all of this at one time is the best answer. I think we should just keep the 6, have 4 districts and 2 at large and a mayor at large. So thank you for listening.
Carmelita Garcia.
Thank you. The previous speaker, she raised a good point about having 2 members at large. I'm not sure how that would work and what all that would entail. So what I think some people don't realize is that, well, first of all, it's my opinion, the city's back is up against the wall and we really have no choice whatsoever but to move forward. It's the California Voters' Right Act that is really in charge of this entire ordeal. You know, if the previous speakers have millions of dollars in their bank that they want to end, on trials, have at it, go sue civilly. But as far as the city goes, it's my opinion that we just move forward. And I will support Measure Z. And I went through a lot of thinking to do this because of the history, with Julia Platt and how hard she worked to get the council at 7. So there's that part of history that it will always remain with the city, but it's time to move forward. It's time for change. As well, one of the presidential candidates, we won't go back. So anyway, I encourage the council to move forward and give whatever direction the city attorney, city manager is requesting. And it's just not worth it to go to court over. And I want to point out, the thing going to districts, I don't know why people have the mindset that they can only talk to one council member, and that would be their representative, because in my opinion, if I want to talk to any of the council people, I'm going to go to them and talk to them. Nothing's going to preclude me from doing that. And I think that's a right that all of us will always retain moving forward. So yeah, it's scary. It's a big change, of course. But I think if we stick together, we'll manage through it all and we'll come out successful. So thank you.
We do not have any more public comment.
Who's first? Councilmember Fedora.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we've discussed this at length, and like Mr. Burek says, there's a lot of windows, but I don't see any door to actually close this out as far as districting goes. So we need to go to districts. So there's no choice for the city. The precedent has already been set that if we reject the demand by any means, then essentially it's a liability to the city from a cost perspective and whatnot. So I recommend that we move forward with the motion as was presented and start the process. And also see if we can, Mr. Burek had indicated a 90-day extension by LULAC. So maybe we can get that too and make it more transparent for the community as to what is happening. Thank you.
Second. Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, I agree with Councilmember Pedori as well. It's just a matter of time. Our school district went to district voting 2 years ago, and maybe it's been 3. I don't know, time flies. And I also will be supporting Measure Z because trying to cut Pacific Grove into 6 districts will be virtually impossible, and you will have council members potentially running unopposed. And I do think we need to have at least 2 from each district. And I think that's possible when you have 4 districts. And given our size, and I do think, if I'm not mistaken, the school district is 6 districts, 5 districts. What are they? They're 5. Okay. But that includes Pebble Beach as well, which will not apply to us. But no, it's just a matter of moving forward at this point. And I appreciate the callers and the speakers in person. However, at the end of the day, we have been down this road and we know where we need to be going, and not spending taxpayer money on legal fees at this point. So let's do it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, I think the choice, it's pretty simple. Litigate or, move forward with district elections. The same thing happened with Monterey in 2021. In fact, the demand letter they received was from LULAC, almost identical to the demand letter we received. And they walked through the process and did an outstanding job with getting public involved. In fact, their whole process is still online if you want to look at that. So I think we do take the action, and I do also support Measure C. I agree that 6 districts is a balkanization of the city, and that 4 districts are going to be much better to serve the citizens and the residents of Pacific Grove. There's just so many reasons to support it. And we've always been an anomaly, and I do appreciate Julia Platt getting mentioned. We've always been an anomaly for a city our size to have a 7-member council. 90% of all cities within California have a 5-member body. And, the only other city in the county that has 7-member body is Salinas, but they have 161,000 residents. We have about 15,000, so they're about 11 times larger. So I think it is time to move forward and not look back. And so I will vote I will vote in favor and I will be supporting Measure Z. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I guess the reality we're facing is whether we want to try and fight to stay in charge of our destiny, as you know, some people have pointed out. The reality is in some ways it just becomes an errand of just throwing their attorneys a whole lot of money for something that, even though we've already seen that, even though the CVRA says that there needs to be some kind of proof, but then there's also the contradiction that in the end it doesn't. So realistically, there's almost no way we will win. And the other thing to keep in mind, as our city attorney pointed out, is even if we win once, that does not protect us from having to fight again and again and again, because different agencies could decide to sue us on different grounds and on different positions. So the reality is this is the direction that all of the cities in California are being forced to go. And how do we do that intelligently? So how, in my mind, how we do that intelligently is to respond to the letter, request the 90 days, because it would be, I would think, in the plaintiff's best interest to have us do that. So we have the robust feedback and not during the holidays. And we've already decided that will be up to our citizens to decide. And I think that's what the citizens really have to look at. The citizens have to decide, knowing that this is coming and we can't avoid this. Do we want to try and divide Pacific Grove into 6 districts or 4? I find it very difficult to think that 6 districts would be wise with the small number of voters we have in our community. How do you do that? So the 4 would make more sense knowing what's coming. But again, that we've left that in the hands. We decided this isn't our decision to make. We're giving this to the public to decide how many districts will we have that will best serve the needs of Pacific Grove. Thanks.
I didn't want to get into politics. That's not what our job is to do, but we've been down the road on Measure Z before and it was defeated. So I would agree that at-large elections should be decided upon, but we'll see what happens with Measure Z.
This is what the state. This is what the state wants us to do. They've written the laws. Someone recently said, well, this is an example of a one-size-fits-all. And as was already mentioned, we're a small city, and I would think, well, most people would say we're pretty homogeneous. Can't say that there's ethnically diverse neighborhoods. And I just want to recognize people are not happy. They don't think that this necessarily will improve local government, but I don't think it's. We'll just see how it goes. Maybe this will encourage more people to run, because they'll only be competing against maybe one other person for a seat. So, but as was already said, probably about 6 times tonight, we don't have a choice, really. So all in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 601. All right, we're on to item 13A, Mr. Mogensen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to point out that I think this is our first test of the committee recommendation process a little bit. So I think this is kind of exciting to see this in action. So tonight, George is going to kind of give you an overview of where with that, I turn my microphone off. I will pass it over to George.
Good evening, council members and Mr. Mayor. Happy to present this tonight. And I'm going to start with some visuals. Here we have a picture of the Holman Building, circa 2018. This photo comes from the Herald, and it comes from an article discussing the redevelopment of the Holman Building from an antique mall to a set of 25 condominiums with a restaurant and business space on the first floor. The art donation that we're considering tonight is a stained glass window approximately 8 feet tall and 12 feet wide in a 3-panel half circle. This photo comes from the proposal submitted to the BNRC by Mr. Nader Aga and his family. And it was submitted as an outdoor art proposal, which by our codes, sends it to the BNRC, which is how I got involved and why I'm here tonight. So these photos again are from that proposal submitted by Mr. Aga. And here we have a set of photos showing the window in its current state, stored in a crate on the left there. So myself and Mr. Go visited Mr. Aga at his property, and he was kind enough to open up the crate and show us the center panel of the window, how it currently sits. And the photo on the bottom right shows you the rough thickness and how the edges, the current state of the edges of the windows removed. And then the top photo there is again from the Herald, this time 2019, showing what replaced the window. So just a clear glass in what is now somebody's condo. And I won't go into all the details here, but I think we're all somewhat familiar with the Holman Building. It's built in 1924, was operated as a department store, was purchased by Mr. Aga in 1993 and converted into an antique mall. Sometime in the 90s, after he purchased it in 93, Mr. Aga himself designed, commissioned, and installed this glass window in that kind of center entranceway, above the center entranceway of the Holman Building, up above the ground. And based on the historical assessment that was submitted during the redevelopment, in 2015, leading up to the actual redevelopment in 2018, the historical period of significance for this building is designated as 1924 to 1943. So the window in question is 3 panels. It's listed in the art proposal as being 12 feet by 8 feet. It's listed in the 2015 historic assessment of being 19 feet 9 inches by 8 feet 6 inches. It was removed during the 2018 redevelopment. And this was brought to us as a outdoor art proposal, with the original location being in between the police department and City Hall. And it was, as you saw in the picture, this is a piece of glass that you can, hold between your fingers. This is not a freestanding sculpture or a mural that will stand on its own. This is something that will require engineered structural support and protection. So the proposal calls out for some type of a bulletproof or polycarbonate protection around it. And the council has a policy on outdoor art donations, policy 900-3. And kind of really in short, the policy requires that donations be unconditional. That anything given to the city becomes the property of the city, and the city is free to do what they want with it. They can sell it, they can store it, they can use it as they see fit. And in the proposal, the potential donor originally proposed conditions other than what is called out for in Council Policy 900-3. And I won't go into detail here, but they're listed here and they're in the attached proposal. The possible variations of these conditions have been discussed by the potential donor and their representatives, staff, and the BNRC. And the BNRC was unanimous that this piece was beautiful and would be an asset to the city. But where it kind of got hung up is what to do, without being empowered to make any deviations to policy 900-3 on that, status of being where on the conditions. The BNRC got kind of hung up and really, in their recommendation, left it to council. Because council has the sole authority to grant any exceptions to policy 900-3. This is the location that was proposed. And one thing I'll note is that this is a little different than what it would actually look like, because the edges are clipped off. The actual window is a perfect half circle, and this shows kind of an elongated flat part on the right and left side. And the BNRC objected to this location because there's a tree there. And they in the outdoor art donation proposal, it explicitly says that outdoor art is not to be installed anywhere that would reduce natural resources or something along those lines. And staff had some concerns about having a fragile window in front of the generator house, both because of the emissions and also because any work that would have to be done on the generator in the future might be more difficult to do working around a window. So this is a picture of that original location, and the tree is part of why that didn't work out. I'm going to run through a few other locations. And the truth is, every one of these locations has challenges. So I'm not going to go into all the details on what the challenges are. I'm just going to kind of walk through what the discussion has been. Originally, we thought, oh, that location was picked by the donor. What, that won't work as a generator house, but what about this little strip of land right there, just on the other side of the driveway? And then the BNRC assigned a member of the BNRC to scout the town and find alternate locations. And then they actually brought it back the next month and discussed having it at the Central Avenue and First Street, but then we worried about a car crashing into it. That we talked about Lighthouse Avenue and Erdley. Talked about working with the school to put it near the Monarch Sanctuary in front of the adult school. The public wrote in with some suggestions, hoisting it up and using it as kind of the welcome sign where the Chamber of Commerce has their tourist center by Andronicos. And then other discussed locations have kind of worked their way between, in conversation between staff and the donor and the representatives. So we've discussed different places around City Hall and the Civic Center, the interior and exterior of the library, interior and exterior of the Natural History Museum, different places at Jewel Park. And the BNRC, like I said, had consensus that this was a beautiful piece of artwork, captivating, would be an asset to the city. But the discussion was really limited because they don't have the authority to, to grant any exceptions to policy 900-3 or to authorize locations. So they didn't really feel like they could, that kind of limited the discussion other than saying, hey, this is a really cool piece of artwork. We would love it. They weren't able to kind of progress that conversation. And I think that's kind of what we're hoping that council will do tonight. And then the uncertainty of a location and exactly how the processes would work as far as installation and maintenance costs, because the donor did offer to pay for the engineering and installation in their proposal, but then that was contingent on the location. So it created this uncertainty. And then ultimately the BNRC moved that the artwork be accepted, and in the words of their minutes, let council work out the details. So the recommendation tonight is to discuss the proposed gift of stainless glass window and provide direction to the city manager. And the staff report has some options of what may be in a future kind of donation agreement. But I think we're looking mainly just for discussion and direction on where to go from here, alternately to discuss and take other action related to this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Public comment on this item?
My name is Susan Golbeck, and I'm speaking tonight for Nader Aga. I think that since I only have 3 minutes, I'm going to have to talk real fast. Could you put my pictures up, please? I'm glad, George, thank you, for going through some of the locations that were recommended by the public or we looked at briefly. And these should be filled out, but since I only have 3 minutes, I'm going to suggest something. I'm not going to talk about his plan. He should have discussed these proposed conditions with Mr. Aga, because otherwise we're wasting our time here. What I can say briefly is that from my perspective, we looked at outdoor locations. This was a problem. The reason Mr. Aga wanted to have the reversionary clause in there is because he's given a lot of expensive things to the city, and sometimes they've sold them and sometimes they've kept him in the bowels of the museum. He didn't want that to happen with this beautiful thing. He's been offered a lot of money for this, but he loves this town. He lived here for years. He's done business here for years, and he wanted to give this as a legacy, his legacy and his gift to a city he loves. So let's treat him and me with a little more respect here. I'm very disappointed that the staff has not discussed the fact that these certain locations that I spent a great deal of time on, for example, coming in between the two lighthouses in Pacific Grove, where it says welcome to Pacific Grove or just Pacific Grove. I spent a lot of time. I even did a mock-up with butterflies. Then Mr. Coletti suggested the museum, and I said, okay, well, maybe we should look at that. But the fact is, I shouldn't be deciding. They shouldn't be deciding. We should be deciding in a public meeting. And so I think that we need to have a plan tonight which is real simple. Let's find a location. You don't have to worry about whether you waive the policy or not as far as reversionary interests. That could be negotiable anyway, but the fact is, after looking at all these sites, what the staff should have told you is they're just not workable outside because of vandals, because of not enough presentation room. There's a whole lot of reasons. He should have discussed all these proposed things in an agreement with me or Mr. Aga because he might not agree to them, a maintenance in perpetuity, for example. But a lot of them could become moot if it's an in-building installation. And Mr. Coletti, I have to admit, I like the between the lighthouse installation outside, but the museum is perfect. The dimensions that have been given here are just rough and they're not right. But I went over there and measured it as much as I could. But the top window of the museum, it fits perfectly. It's meant to go there. It would be so beautiful. I can imagine the kids during the Christmas tree lighting, standing in front of them during their carols and have that beautiful stained glass lit up behind. Every time people come from the hotel, what is that? It's going to look stunning there. Now,
Thank
I'm
you.
just lobbying for my own thing, but
Thank
I'm telling you that I think that the
Your
first thing.
time is up. Thank
Okay, let me
you.
just finish, okay? Give me 2 more minutes. And by the
no,
way,
I-
the
no,
applicant always
this
gets
is the
5
third
minutes at
time.
least.
This is the
Okay, I
third
just want to
time
make
you've
one
been here.
recommendation. I've waited all night, Mr. Mayor.
And we've been here the whole time. So
You have.
could you please give us the courtesy of letting us discuss this?
As I said, there's very little respect here.
Yeah. All right, council, we have another. Welcome.
Good evening. Don Murphy. I'm speaking as a tired resident of Pacific Grove and Pine Avenue. I respect Nate Aga and his family's generosity. I respect Ms. Goldbeck's passion and interest in the project. But at the risk of being unpopular, I just don't think you should do it. Your policy is very clear and very clean. If somebody gives something to the city, it's the city's, and you do with it what you want. And that to me is a good reason for that policy. It avoids a lot of issues. Just so far, the little back and forth between Mr. Aga and his representatives in the city shows me that this can be a can of worms. And I just don't see a reason to go against your policy, which is well thought out and there's real good reason for it. I've been to a lot of BNRC meetings in the last 14 years. I respect BNRC members. I think they're really smart. I think they work hard. But their forte is natural resources. It's not art. We used to have an arts commission. That made sense with items like this. The BNRC is tasked with this kind of decision and recommendation. This sounds bad, but I just don't think they really have expertise in art and public art. And I sort of say that reluctantly, but I believe it to be true. So again, if you want to accept a donation, I think you should keep your own policy and accept it under those terms. Thank you.
Thank you. Any virtual public comment?
Yes, Mayor. Carmelita Garcia.
Good evening. I do concur with the previous speaker about the city's policy. That's why they're in place and they should be followed and adhered to. However, if you decide to accept the donation, the museum looks like a very appropriate place, and also perhaps consideration of it being placed back in the home and building in one of the sidewalk window displays. People walk past there. A lot of people walk past there and they're always looking inside. And also perhaps consideration of it being placed in the new hotel that's going up on Central Avenue. If they have a lobby that's large enough where it could be displayed. However, anyway, so those are my comments. Thank you.
Mike Gibbs.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Mike Gibbs, member of the EDC. I'm speaking on my own behalf. I'll make it short. I love the passion of the speaker who was talking about the placement. I heard her speak several times before, including at the BNRC meeting, I think it was last year. This is one of those situations where the respect goes from the council to the individual citizen and residents who's speaking. A little bit more time would have cost almost nothing, and she deserved to be heard out. I don't know too much about this or the policy. However, the compromise position, according apparently suggested by Mr. Coletti, would be the museum. I think it's a perfect location, backlight the darn thing at Christmas, and everybody will be awed and amazed by the display. If the city lets this go, or it reverts back to some other owner or situation, I think it would be a true tragedy here. So the city should accept the donation, appoint a special committee, a subcommittee of the BNRC, or ask them to do that, and figure out how to work with the museum to put it in the entrance on the inside so it's protected. Thank you for your time. And I know it's late, but this is one of those seemingly insignificant actions that the council can take, which in fact could make a big signal to the city that the council is listening and responsive to the citizens. Thank you.
Just answer one question.
Well,
That
let's,
is,
let's,
August
let's just
is
see if,
not going to want it back if it's installed in a building. I just want you to know that. So this.
why don't you come up to the podium?
Mr. The council policy is moot if it's installed in a building, because obviously he's not going to take it out of the building. He's just concerned that you're going to sell it or something like that. So as far as that is, and plus, these things are just, are negotiable. This is his proposal. He wanted a little plaque honoring his family too. These things are negotiable. But please don't let this go away.
Lisa Siani.
Thank you. As you know, the stained glass butterfly art piece that Nader Aga and family would like to donate to the city was originally on the front of the Holman building for 4 decades. While the museum could be an appropriate location, that's for their director in the city to decide. As an alternative location, I suggest that the Holman building ground floor windows on the west could be a very appropriate location for the butterfly art with high visibility. The stained glass butterfly art was removed from the Holman building for the adaptive reuse of the historic building. It would be wonderful to see it return there. If this location were acceptable to the Aga family, it would probably involve the city accepting the donation and developing an agreement, perhaps a lease, with the Holman owners to assure proper care. The owners of the Holman building and of the windows I'm referring to installed window signs without a permit, and ARB will hear that matter next week. They will consider an after-the-fact downtown sign permit for the billboard-style window signs that have been installed on 3 windows by a real estate group that far exceed the maximum size allowances for window signs. The signs also do not comply with the city's mandatory design standards for signs. The purpose of the downtown signs ordinance is, quote, to protect and enhance the historic character and visual quality of Pacific Grove's downtown area. Yet the oversized commercial real estate signs in the Holman windows detract from the scale and character of the historic downtown at the pedestrian level. Staff suggests that ARB make an exception to the sign ordinance due to alleged hardships that the owner applicant claim. That would not be appropriate considering that the current 100% window coverage for the Ruiz Group windows far exceeds the real estate business signage allowance of no more than 40% coverage. The Holman building and Ruiz Group window owners should be grateful if the city would relieve them of their self-inflicted problem, purportedly making normal legal window signs a hardship. I don't know the measurements of the stained glass piece in relation to the windows. I would hope that the art piece might fit in the home and window space in question, perhaps backlit and accompanied by historic photos of the home and building. If the art piece could be accommodated inside the home and window space, its return to the historic home and building in Pacific Grove's historic downtown would be a great benefit to the community while acknowledging the gift of Nader Aga and the Aga family and leaving room for an appropriate legal real estate sign. Thank you for considering my comments. And there are these weird voices that keep happening during comment time. Thank you.
Ms. Dahmer?
Thank you. Mayor and council. Lisa's absolutely right. This Zoom meeting has had several problems with microphones. The city manager's cut out before he ever said, well, now I'm going to turn off my microphone. Well, your microphone was already off. People have, it's like one of the consultants I couldn't hear because her microphone was not on or whatever. And there are these little break-ins too when we're talking, and I don't know where they're coming from. But this meeting, this particular Zoom meeting is been having a lot of trouble for us here. As far as the window, yes, it's an absolutely lovely window. And I'm hearing all these glitchy voices too. I think that it would not be good on the museum because the museum has good, clean lines. It's already historic. And maybe it would fit there. I think it would make it look busy and look like the eyebrow dormers on the library that I really don't like, but that's my own opinion. I do think it would be a lovely idea to return it to the Holman building. And yes, Lisa had several good points, although it was quite lengthy as far as what the ARB is going to be considering, but I think it would be excellent if it could. This historic piece, this lovely piece could be returned to the Holman building, and because that is the history. And as far as everything being negotiated, well, I don't think anything with Nader Aga concerning him has gone very easily ever. And as far as negotiation, it seems like there have been a lot more lawsuits than other things. So over the years, it's been always something contentious. But it's a lovely piece of art. It would fit in Pacific Grove somewhere, yes. And as far as accepting it, yeah, we have a policy and it's very important to keep that too. Otherwise, it's going to get really, really messy again. So thank you very much.
We do not have any more online public comment.
Thank you, Your Honor. I do love the piece. My suggestion would be as a council that we take a little bit of time and maybe create a subcommittee to look at some options before making any decisions here. It is a gift. It can't go to a private residence. The Holman building is a private residence for 25 condo owners. The commercial side is owned by the developer. So it doesn't sound like Mr. Aga wants to give this as a gift back to a building that he sold. I appreciate the callers and their suggestions, but that just doesn't work. If that was the case, I'd ask for it to go into my home because I love the piece. But I do think we should, as a council, show the respect to the resident or to Mr. Aga. I don't know if he lives in Pacific Grove or not. It is a beautiful piece. Maybe look at a couple of options to see if it's workable. And then get the feedback from Mr. Aga. And if it's doable, obviously we stick to our city policy as well. But it wouldn't take much to look at a couple of locations and see if it would be a doable situation. I can't imagine it being outdoors. It's just not a piece that you would put outdoors. It would have to be indoors. And the museum is an ideal location. It just may not work there, but if it does and the museum director is willing to take it and the agreement happens with the city, why not? But obviously, all the T's would have to be crossed before we would accept anything. But I say create a little subcommittee and look at a couple different locations rather than shutting the door on them. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. First off, thank you, Susan, for being persistent and bringing this to us. I do find that it's a beautiful piece too. Certainly has caught my eye on a number of occasions. Back in the Holman building, just we don't have jurisdiction, so it's not something we could even contemplate doing. And quite frankly, I don't believe this is an outdoor piece of art. Yeah, and so it's kind of like we're trying to fit a square peg in a round hole. The outdoor art policy just it shouldn't have ever been applied for this anyhow. So maybe we got off on the wrong foot, maybe not, who knows? But I do like the idea of thinking about this maybe now about what we could do as far as being on council and advocating for its installation, perhaps in the museum. I mean, the Natural History Museum is the perfect spot for it. They curate exhibits. They also help, with the management or the some of the tallies that go on at the Monarch Sanctuary. So I would like to advocate for its installation there. Do we have a liaison to the museum board here? There he is. I wasn't aware, but maybe the liaison has some thoughts, but I wouldn't mind forming a little subcommittee. I don't know how the city manager would want that, but maybe but at any rate, why not approach the museum? Why not? And do what we can to get it located there, because I think it is a piece of art history. It's a beautiful piece, and it certainly represents the natural world, and I think it could be a great piece for our Natural History Museum. So I don't think this has to be that big a deal. I think we just need to get the right people in the room and start talking and working it out. So that's my comments. And if council can do anything to facilitate that conversation, I think we should.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense to me, what you've proposed. I was kind of wondering the same thing about the Holman building. If they already took it out of the Holman building, my thought was they would probably have no desire to put it back in anyway, or they would have done so in the first place. So unfortunately, that doesn't sound like an option, even if it was its home. I would definitely support exploring the museum, but I can understand the reason why we have the precedent for the guidelines that we have. So I do appreciate that would be not an issue if it was indoors. But yeah, from having talked to staff too, it does seem like outdoors, just between the cost and the potential damage and other issues, that doesn't seem feasible. But I would definitely support looking realistically to see if there is a good option indoors. I mean, it would be a lovely gift, and unfortunately, sometimes the best offers don't always pan out just because of availability of space. But I feel like we need to do our due diligence and explore that and see if it is a viable option for the city, because it is a beautiful representation that reflects the nature of Pacific Grove as Butterfly Town. And I think that would be a great opportunity to pursue that. Thanks.
Councilmember Coletti, volunteer for your subcommittee. So you might think about how long it would take, how many, a month? One month, you'd come back, first meeting in October. Okay. What I would ask you to do, I'm sorry, what?
I didn't know what the meeting schedule was of the museum board, is just what I was asking.
It's approximately every couple of months and I think.
It's
the next-
quarterly.
Yeah, it's quarterly. It's off right now. They had back to back for a while with the new director of the museum.
Hmm.
But for the subcommittee, it's important if you're thinking of the museum. There's a new director down there. She's only been about 2 months old. She's older than that, but she's been 2 months here.
Yeah.
And
So, so along the lines of a subcommittee, what would your subcommittee accomplish?
Well, I think we would start probably with the museum and talk to the museum director, and then find a couple other locations if possible. Obviously city locations, and see what's the most viable this and bring it back. And if it works, great. And if it doesn't, we thank Mr. Aga and his family, and at least we made the attempt, and not pass up on this offer.
So you would come back in a month with a location. And you would speak, and if it's at the museum, you would speak with,
The director.
okay, with Rachel. Okay. All right. Well, and you would work with city staff. Okay, so now I'm wondering, what's your budget? No, I know you're a volunteer. Well, you get paid a small amount of money, but I don't think Mr. Go is a volunteer or anyone else that's sitting on your right, and nor should they be working for free anyhow. So I'm just wondering about a budget, because we've already, my understanding, there's been a meeting between Mr. First, Mr. Go, and Mr. Aga. And I think, was there a meeting? Mr. Mogensen, did you have a meeting on this?
Yeah, I also sat with them and listened to the proposal. And we talked to the library board a little bit, so, or not the library board, library museum director a little bit about this as well.
Mentioned, and then, of course, the BNRC has already discussed this, so there's already been several meetings, and we're meeting tonight about it. So we've already been expending money on it. So I'm just wondering how much more staff time, and there's conditions. So can you give me some feel for
3 hours.
3 hours?
I'll
of
keep a time
staff
card.
time, 3 hours? And does that include our city attorney? Because there's conditions.
I think what we need to first do is just probe to see if there's even any interest. And if there's interest, we bring it back to council, and then council can say, go for it.
And we go from
And
there.
dot the i's and.
And interest from who?
Well, it would have to be the museum, the director of the museum. I know it's our property, but we would approach them and say, this is perhaps a potential site to locate this piece. What are your thoughts? They're the curators of the space. So we have to engage with them on that.
Okay, so I'm getting clear now. So you would go talk to Rachel Miller and ask about.
So I guess my question would be to the city manager. It sounds like you've had some discussion with the museum director. Can you give us some of that feedback?
It was high level and preliminary. We just noticed, we were in there one day and we looked at the windows after I had a conversation with them. And we asked kind of in general, what would you think about this idea? And the initial concern was, I guess the windows within the museum have special coatings on them to protect the artifacts that are inside. So there was a little bit of, that was the initial thing was, well, I'm not sure if it would work because of that. It wouldn't have that special UV coating. Off the cuff, I think her idea was against a wall or someplace out in the garden.
Right, in a frame.
Yeah.
So that was kind of what she thought it seemed like a more viable thing, but that was about as far as it went, I think and then we're here tonight. So
But I thought I heard several people, someone mentioned, oh, this really should be inside.
It was.
Correct. Mhm.
It was in the
Okay.
Holman building too. There was a piece of plate glass window, and then
Okay.
the stained glass came up against that.
Mhm.
So
So,
you're, what you're proposing. The subcommittee will come back first meeting in October after having discussed this with our museum director.
And perhaps some other locations. We're not going to just limit it to one. I did have a question. Is it in sections when you viewed it? So it's something that could be perhaps placed in 3 individual windows, maybe in a building? Okay, so there's some options that we could look at. Absolutely.
Susan?
Correct. Absolutely. Okay.
So, what's the subcommittee think about cost? Because we've heard that some of the costs, I don't know, maybe all the costs will be borne by Mr. Aga. But what's the subcommittee? Okay, I'm asking.
So perhaps, as a subcommittee, we work together. So whomever, Lori wants to be on the subcommittee, Luke, whomever wants to be on the subcommittee, is we kind of just go around to some city locations and discuss it. I don't think it's a matter of getting staff involved immediately, is trying to pin it down to what location may work. Maybe we end up with 2. And then city staff gets involved as far as size and those type of things. And then we bring Mr. Ogg in. I mean, I don't think this is a big operation here.
Well, I like the comment where you say we don't involve city staff.
Mhm.
And so when you start saying, well, this is now, council is approving this as a project and we're involving more city staff on this project. So,
Let's find out if there's interest at the museum. And just work it out with them and then develop an idea based on the feedback we get from them. It's a conversation is really all it is,
Exactly.
Bill. That's how I'm looking at it. And I don't really want to go around town and look for other sites. It's either going to work at the museum or it's not.
Well, I guess my thought was up on the second floor, we have some amazing windows here too. And if it's something that can be broken up, yeah, no, not a big deal. We don't have that many sites.
Yeah, and that's, in fact, that example, now that you mention it, the stained glass window from the old Methodist
up there.
retreat is hanging
Mhm.
as a separate piece. It's not that it's not been structurally part of the building. It's just, it's within its frame. It's got a loop, hoop around it. So I'm thinking the same kind of thing, just how we're doing what we're doing with the Methodist stained glass window up on the second floor.
I think the key is we're putting an effort forward for Mr. Aga to see if it's something that's doable. I know staff has worked on it, but I think bringing it to council, which they have done now, and we give it an opportunity, and if it works, great. If it doesn't work, we move on.
Just to be transparent, you've got my gist already, but I'm concerned of stepping into a project that we haven't approved and currently is not in the budget. If it doesn't cost us anything, great, but there's very next to nothing that is free.
That's a good point. As far as you just triggered, it could potentially become a CIP project. So if we go down and approach the museum staff and talk about some general ideas of how it could be mounted and kept for public viewing, then we could come back perhaps and we could develop a CIP project for it.
Or perhaps go to Mr. Aga and see if he's willing to contribute to his donation.
There could be a reimbursement agreement for somehow or whatever. Yeah.
I'm sorry. What?
Let's get the committee sub.
I'm not even gonna touch that one.
And they have been very helpful in this. And
I'm sorry, come to the podium, please.
because I can represent what Mr. Aga will do. I'm the applicant. Anyway, If you go to staff, you're not going to have to, you can go out and see other sites, but the public wants to weigh in on this too. And this can't be done in 20 minutes. It's going to take some time. In which case you're going to have to do a cost analysis. And Mr. Aga has been very generous with this city and he will be in the future. But he has to see what's involved. He's probably, for example, if it was put in the window or inside the museum, Mr. Go talks about maintenance. Well, how much maintenance is that going to be? So these things may be all moot. So let's have the subcommittee come back to the council, have a public hearing so the public can weigh in on this very important project. And yeah, the city may have to put some money into this, but this is iconic. It's going to be here for centuries. And it will really, really be a wonderful, wonderful thing for this city. So let's just give it a fair view.
I think the subcommittee will give it a fair view. I don't think we need to take it to a hearing or anything like that. I think we just do the subcommittee and figure out what we can do. And if we can do something, great. And if we can't, we move on.
Yeah, like I start worrying about my campaign.
Okay, let's see. Did we have a motion to create this subcommittee?
Go ahead, Debbie.
I make a motion that we create a subcommittee to, I guess we would want to do it for 4 weeks to look at locations for the potential Mr. Aga butterfly art piece.
You might want to give it a little more time just in case, for example, they're not ready by your first meeting in October, but that's your decision, not mine.
Oh, well, thanks for the advice, but I'm hearing people are very impatient. The applicant is impatient. Exactly. It's been
Weeks,
long.
that's it. Yep.
So, and we don't have a very large city, so I'm sure you could get around to whatever location.
You're having too much fun with this, Bill.
So in a month.
Hang on, because if Mr. Aga is not willing to do things that they recommend, might say, okay, we're both here to say, this is a wonderful thing for the city, but it may not, as Ms. Councilmember Beck said, it may not be workable. So let's find out. Then we can go forward in steps. It's not a 120-minute hearing thing.
And I do know Mr. Aga, so I know it's never a
Exactly.
20-minute thing.
And
so
Ms.
thank
Gold-
you.
And I'm not
Ms.
that nice.
And Ms. Goldbeck, are you available if our 2 council members on the subcommittee need to
Mayor,
discuss
I have
things
spent
with you?
hours and hours, and Mr. Aga has spent tens of thousands of dollars working with the city. Trying to, yes, the first thing that you saw from the BNRC, that was a $10,000 architect. If he's going to look at the museum window and you say, well, what about this? He's going to have to look at it and spend the money on an architect. These things aren't free, but he's very generous. But you have to put him in the loop, and I'm his representative here. And if he needs to be involved, obviously I'll have to say, are you willing to pay for this? But I don't think that's a problem, especially, and I have worked at looked at with city staff to a certain degree. We've kind of come to the conclusion already that it should be an interior insulation, at least put in a building so that it's free from vandals and things like that. So, let's look at it. And the public might have, I didn't even think of the museum. Mr. Coletti had the idea, and I think it's a great idea, but somebody else might also.
Does our sub?
Okay, second,
I'll email it to you.
Second, subcommittee
1 month term.
to 1 month term, coming back and, with the understanding there's little to no, staff resources, you're working on your own.
We can
Wings
handle
of
it.
butterflies.
Thank you. We can handle
Wings
it.
of Butterflies, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 601. Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of our agenda. Thank you to the public. Thank you to staff, my colleagues. Meeting adjourned.